Okay, it's 6:30, so we're going to get started. Just want to make sure everybody's in place. I call this City Commission of the City of Pahokee meeting, regular scheduled meeting of Wednesday, September the 15th, 2021, to order at 6:30 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by Commissioner Clara Mervin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, we come before you today, God, thanking you and praising you, God, for another day. Father God, we thank you, oh God, for allowing us to be here one more time. If it had not been for your grace and your mercy, oh God, we would not be here. So today, God, I stand and say thank you. So today, God, as we come, God, before you, oh God, to orchestrate our meeting tonight, God, we ask, oh God, that you have your divine way tonight. Father God, we ask you, oh God, to give us direction, oh God. Father God, we ask, God, that you touch each and every one of us, oh God, that the business of the city, God, can go through, God, with decency and in order. Father God, we ask you, oh God, that you are a just God, and we pray, God, in the mighty name of Jesus, that let your will be done tonight. And God, I be forever give your name the praise, the honor, and the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab,
Present.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Present.
Commissioner Mervin,
Present.
Commissioner Perez,
Present.
Interim City Manager,
Present.
City Attorney,
Present.
City Clerk, present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, and thank each of our listening audience and those who are here in person for attending our regular scheduled meeting of Wednesday, September the 15th, 2021. Now we'll have the additions, deletions, and approval of the agenda item. Mr. City Manager, are there any additions to the agenda?
I have none.
Thank you, sir. Any deletions?
No.
Thank you. City Commission, having received the agenda, no additions, no deletions, what's in your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda as stated.
Are there a second?
I second it.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Perez to accept the agenda as presented. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
And
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab,
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our citizen comments. Public service announcement. All items on the agenda, 3 minutes, please. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any public service or comment cards from our audience?
Yes, sir. First comment card, Mr. Mike Lawrensky. Mark Lawrensky.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioners, residents. I'm bringing to the attention to the citizens of Pahokee, as well as those watching, the vote at the Special Commission meeting on August 18th, 2021 to terminate Coastal Network Solutions as the city's IT provider. The morning of August 17th, there was an email sent by myself at 11:30 in the morning terminating the city as a client after repeated harassments of lawsuits by Gary Brandenburg. He was trying to bypass Pahokee's public records request procedure. Our termination email notice on the 17th was sent to all city commissioners, the city clerk, and Mr. Brandenburg. Brandenburg acknowledges the receipt of this termination notice via his reply the same day, the 17th, to which he states, quote, "Thank you for your cooperation." The following day, after the city had already been terminated by my company, Commissioners Perez, Bolin, and Gonzalez proceeded to have a vote to terminate my company. A vote that was not possible as your service had been terminated the day before. During this meeting, Mr. Brandenburg took it upon himself to slander myself and company for simply asking him to follow the documented city's public request procedures. He states in an email, quote, "As you know, I'm the interim city manager," to which I simply asked for supporting documentation, a very simple request. He then changed his stance in the following email to it being a public records request. So, in an attempt to still be cooperative and helpful, I informed him that he was not following city procedure yet again, and a written request had to be received by the clerk. That's the process for every public request procedure. After each email, he threatened my company with lawsuit. Finally, we had enough and terminated the city the morning of the 17th. During the following commission meeting on the 24th, there was a disagreement between Mr. Brandenburg and Mayor Babb, with my name being brought up yet again. Mr. Brandenburg states very clearly, quote, "He quit." So if you admit during this commission meeting that we terminated your services and that we quit, why did you hold a vote on the 18th to terminate my company? This certainly gives the appearance that you have used this city to get back at us for simply asking you to follow the correct public request procedure. I've brought with me copies of emails between myself, Mr. Brandenburg, and this commission. I'm very happy to provide copies to anyone that wishes to review them, and would encourage the residents of Pahokee to do a public records request for this information, because that'll serve as additional confirmation that everything that I'm stating up here is true. Mr. Brandenburg and these three commissioners, Bolin, Gonzalez, and Perez, have made it a point to say that they're fighting corruption within the city of Pahokee, but yet they are clearly skirting what is an acceptable use of your position as public officials. We've probably served this city over 5 years. We never had a problem. And to have to end a professional relationship this way is sad. At this point, I would ask that a public apology and formal retraction posted to the main page of the city's website would be a reasonable start to this unethical, appalling behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr.
And-
Mayor, may I respond, please?
Please.
Yes.
I'll welcome that.
Most of what Mark has said here tonight is true, but I'd like to tell you the other side of the story. So I called Mark and I asked that, hey, I'm city manager now and I'm city attorney. Can you give me the codes and the information to access our system and also the records I requested?
Wait a second, that's not true.
And Mark declined that request. He didn't know who I was and asked for confirmation of it. I subsequently had the clerk call him and make the request like he asked me to, and we still didn't get the information. To today's date, the city does not have access to our system or all the codes. We have repeatedly requested that information from Mark. He hasn't given it to us.
Could you specify which codes?
Yes,
Please
I
do.
did. I sent you an email from our IT
And then all
consultant.
those were provided. ADT I never had access to, so don't.
So why didn't you cooperate with the new person who took your place to provide access to us.
Because this was a legal matter that was in dispute as to whether you were the city interim manager or not. All I asked for was a simple.
Okay, and you
Wait,
got.
hold on, can I at least answer your question? I'm happy to listen to you, happy to listen to you. All I asked for was a simple confirmation. Personally, whatever your business is with City Manager Williamson, that made no difference to me. All I wanted to do was to do my job, and that's it. All I wanted was to make sure that I would not be liable for turning over something that I shouldn't have. And it would have
Understand.
took a simple letterhead, something in writing, just anything.
Well, sir, I requested it.
You didn't have anything to back it
The
up.
city clerk requested
And
it.
it was provided the same day.
Our IT consultant requested it. You gave the mayor, several days later, a thumb drive. That was password protected. The mayor didn't give us a password until recently. It was double authenticated, which meant, the system was, which meant the mayor had to be present while we asked for it so he could give us the code so we could get into the system. That didn't happen. We still do not have access to the system, sir, and it has already cost the city of Pahokee $25,000. So if you voluntarily resign from the city, you think you would have provided the city with the information and the intelligence the city paid you for 5 years.
Okay.
You didn't do it. I am going to, on behalf of the city, if the city approves it, sue you for the
So
full
you're gonna
cost.
sue again, okay. Got
For
it.
the full cost, because I don't think the taxpayers of Pahokee should pay for your failure to turn over that information. We asked for it numerous times from various people. Mayor Betts could have called you and asked for it on behalf of the mayor's office and the city at any time. I don't know if he did or not. All I do know is that you haven't given us that information to date. And our IT consultants are still slaving away trying to access our information. Our clerk today could not respond to your public records request because she did not have access to the system that you were supposed to protect. Now tell me and tell the residents sitting here tonight how it was that your firm and you acted properly and protected the city's interests in that scenario.
I'm
Since
happy to do
since
so.
my name was brought up, I'll
Yes,
make
sir.
a comment also. On behalf of the city of Pahokee, I apologize to you. I think you did a great job as our IT. You did everything that was expected of you, and you were proceeding to give the city attorney the information he requested before he became abruptly rude and started threatening you with lawsuit.
Mayor-
I think you did the
Mayor-
right procedure in this handling.
Mayor-
And not only that, just this week, he accused both you and I of not providing the information, and we have given him everything that at least I have received from the city.
If I could say, though, the one thing you are a little bit incorrect on is that it was not because of being rude. It was because of the fact that someone tries to use their power as a city attorney to threaten a lawsuit when I'm simply trying to do the job that I was paid to do. Now, in regard to what you're saying about city codes, I'm not sure who you hired or what
They
you brought
called
them
you.
in to do. There's not, okay, but you're gonna let me finish speaking. Thanks. So, I don't know who you hired or what you brought them in to do, but every password that we had was turned over. There may be other things that, something like the ADT system, that they didn't have access to, but you know what? I never had access to it. So, that being said, it would have been nice if this company would have at least sent an email and said, hey, this list doesn't look complete, because you know what?
Mark,
Maybe there's something else.
Mark, I have no
However-
desire to sue you. I don't
Well,
think the
obviously
city
you do.
does either.
Obviously.
If you give me your card right now, I will make sure tomorrow morning, our IT consultant gets on the phone with you and they go through every single thing they need to access the city's codes. That's all we've asked for all along. If you're willing to do that tonight, I think the commission will probably say, we're not going to pursue you legally.
Well-
So are you willing to do that?
My answer to that is, after I get an apology from you, number one, because you've clearly used your position in front of a city to use it to slander somebody. I've never seen anything like that. I've worked for the Department of Homeland Security. I've worked for several companies and also cities that don't
Mark,
do
if it
this.
saves the city money.
Excuse me, I'm not finished speaking.
Mark, I apologize to any rude behavior I might have exhibited to
How about the
you
vote?
previously.
How about the vote that was fraudulently conducted?
Yeah, that's not true. But
Well, okay, hold on. Do you want to read the packet in front of you that has all the emails? Would you like to read that, please?
I sent the emails. I've read them
Then you
already.
should read them, and you should
I
see.
read them already.
Okay, well, then you clearly can read on the 17th.
Mark,
The
I
17th,
apologize. Are you
were-
going to do it or not? Do you want to give our IT consultant the information we need, or do you want me to sue you for the information and for $25,000? Real simple. Yes or no?
Real simple. Have your people send an email with what they want, and if there's something that I have, I would turn it over, which I did from the beginning.
Would you give me your card tonight to make sure that we
You
have the right
have my
email?
information.
I want it tonight. I want you to write it down and give it to me.
How about look on the packet that you already provided, or are you confused again and can't read?
How about writing it down right now and handing it to me?
How about read the paper? Look at the paper. Is it that hard to read my email address that's on there?
Okay, so
So-
it's pretty obvious that anytime you talk with this gentleman, he wants to argue. He doesn't like the way I treated him. So he wants to argue with me about whether or not he's going to get sued for $25,000.
No,
All
I-
he's got to do is cooperate with our IT guy.
That's your
tomorrow morning, and he
consistent
won't.
threatening behavior. Now, if you could, instead of admitting that you conducted a fraudulent vote on the
Which we didn't.
18th, would you like to, Commissioners, could you read the emails, please? Because
They have them in
obviously
their
Gary's
backup.
confused again.
They have them in their backup. If they read them, they read them. If they didn't read them, they don't have to.
Then that would be your place to advise them that they would be conducting an illegal vote.
Sir, I advised them already. They conducted legal meetings and legal votes. I've told the circuit judge they conducted legal meetings and legal votes. It's not up to you to
No, it's
decide.
not.
Okay, so I guess you're done tonight.
No, actually, I'm not, because you still can't admit what you did. So I'm going to say, I'm happy to finish this up, and anybody in this audience that would like a copy of the email chain, please public request it from the office, and I will be happy to provide you a paper copy. And if,
Just ask me for it. I'd be happy to give you a copy anytime.
please, well, do a public records
So,
request,
listen,
because
Mark,
clearly you don't
here's
care
the
about.
deal. My consultant, the city consultant, is going to call you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
No, they can put it in
If
writing,
you
sir.
cooperate with them,
They can put it in
you
writing.
won't be sued. If
They
you
can
don't
put it-
cooperate with them when they call at 9 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going to sue you for $25,000 on behalf of the city and for those codes. And you're going to have to pay the $25,000, and you're going to have to pay an attorney to defend it.
Sir,
City
I'm used to
city
dealing with
attorney,
bullies.
have it placed in writing, that's what he's requesting.
I had requested.
A verbal request of information is a whole lot different from a written request.
Mayor, look, with this guy, we've tried that. And,
No.
oh, you didn't request the right things. Oh, maybe I didn't give him the right things. The only way to get this solved is for two IT guys. You know how these guys talk to each other. I don't understand their language. It's for them to talk and get in the system while they're on the phone together. That needs to happen tomorrow morning for over 2 weeks now. Because of this nonsense from this guy, the city has not been able to access its public records or to provide public records requests to the public.
Mr.
We need to resolve this
Mr. Brandon
tomorrow
Bird.
morning at 9 o'clock.
I think you need to take some responsibility too, because
I just
information was being
No.
provided to you.
It wasn't.
It was being
It
provided
was
initially.
provided the same day it was requested in writing.
Okay,
The same day that it was requested in writing, sir.
Please,
Your
tell
clerk-
me then.
your
Tell
clerk-
me then.
your
Someone
clerk
tell me
replied, "Thank you."
why we can't get into the city system.
I would say maybe you hired a company that's not very good at what they do.
I'll pass your good words along to them.
It's not rocket science to reset a password.
Okay, Mark, we're gonna move on to further question. We appreciate your comments and
So
your
yeah,
instructions.
just send me something in writing so that I could at least handle this, please. I'm asking please, very nicely, to send something in writing so that I can handle this.
I will send you an email tomorrow morning to tell you to answer your phone at 9 o'clock and talk to our IT guys, who I will identify in the email. If you don't do that,
You
you're
can't
getting
handle
sued.
not getting your way. Jeez, okay, all right. But before I finish, Mayor Bab, please, everyone, read the emails to see what day the city was terminated and what day they had the special commission meeting. End of story.
The
That's
guy resigned like at the last minute before he was fired from the city.
11 a.m.
We
after
all agree
multiple
on that.
threats, after multiple threats of lawsuit because you weren't able to circumvent public records request
Mayor,
procedures.
I think the 3 minutes is up for this gentleman. Could we move on to other public comments?
Happy to do so. I'll wait for your email and tell them to send me what they want before I talk to them.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any additional comments from the audience?
Mr. Robert Mitchell.
Hello, everybody. How you doing to the commission tonight and everybody here tonight? I stand up here with in regards to the marina. We have 4 NFL players straight from Belglade, Pahokee,
What's your name?
South Bay, that have had an opportunity
for you already.
to come and actually purchase the
time is up
restaurant, the restaurant that is up on the marina. And I think that's a beautiful thing because many years we have always criticized our NFL players when we look at the conditions of our city. Why they don't come and they don't give back? They don't do anything. They don't do this and that. Well, guess what? We have 4 that is doing that. So I was so excited because I've been known about their efforts and I seen all the renovations that they was doing and I got a chance and I'm wondering when will I get in here? Well, recently I found out that there's some issues with this, that they're actually being held back from opening, even down to the point right now where the doors have been locked on the key that they have spent, I'm not going to say the numbers, but a lot of money for. So I'm really trying to find out what's going on, especially with the commissioners, definitely with the new commissioners here, and it's good to see you guys, and I'm hoping that the energy is right what we need for the community. But I'm just wanting to find out and then hoping that the city is all, every commissioner up here is all for hometown, our hometown citizens having not only ownership, but also coming in and investing into the community in the way that we've always asked for. And we have that right now with 4 gentlemen. And so I'm just here to let you know that I'm here to do whatever I can, and I'm hoping that we can come to this quickly. But I would love to see those gentlemen up there in the ownership so that we can give that information in our community and we can give that energy to our community, that they understand that, listen, you go off, you learn all that you can learn, you know what I'm saying? Then what you do, you come and bring it back home and invest into your community. So we have an example of that right now, happening up there right now. And the next time I do make it and I journey down back into Pahokee, I would love to be coming and eating at what we used to call the tiki huts, but I would love to see it owned by our own very own NFL players, and anything that's causing that, I would love to talk and find out what we can do to remedy that, because the community wants to see that. We need to feel that, and it's an opportunity, and all of us here, guess what, we love. I'm originally from Belglade, but guess what, I was born in Pahokee, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond quickly?
Yes, you may.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I'm 100% behind you and the football players. And I think the football players have set a wonderful example for everyone in this community. They should be showcased. They should run that restaurant and show everybody in this town that if you work hard like they do and persevere, you can make it to the top 2. That would be the perfect thing. I have a proposal tonight that will accomplish that as quickly as possible. I'm talking as quickly as next week. If people don't get in the way of it tonight and let their egos get bruised, I can have the NFL football players up there operating that restaurant next week.
I would respond to that also. Now, I'm going to respond to it. On September the 1st, 2021, Gary Brandenburg, without authorization, emailed the state, Brad Richardson, an email saying to put that contract on hold, put the sublease on hold, and that they was going back with ERH. Now, the only reason he may be reneging on that is because maybe Robert Lambert, for lack of funds, may not have the resources to operate the marina. Outside of that, both Greg Thompson and Vice Mayor Regina Boland was copied on the email. I'm the mayor of the city, wasn't even copied. I asked Mr. Thompson, did he know anything about it? He denied it and told me it was nonsense to even ask that particular question. And before sharing information like that, I need to call him first. And I thought that was an insult, but I have all the trails of emails in writing. You had that put on hold, and you didn't have the authorization to do it without the commission consent.
Mayor, this is exactly what I just mentioned. Bruised egos getting in the way.
It's not a bruised
of
ego.
getting
Those are
this
fights.
done. Now, would you like me to tell you how you can get this done tonight and get the football players up there?
They have a sublease.
They don't have a sublease with the state of Florida, and you know it.
Okay.
It hasn't
No, they
been
don't.
approved by
If
the
you want to be
governor
the
of
hero,
Canada.
we'll allow you to be it. You can proceed with showing us how they're going to be able to
That's true.
Would
proceed.
you like me to tell you
Yes.
how we can get this
Yes,
done
we'll do
tonight?
that.
If you would please ask the sheriff's department to remove anybody that speaks out of turn.
Mayor, I want to respond to your comments. What I spoke was the truth. I had no knowledge.
You was copied on the email.
Look
It
at,
was- It
look,
was September the 1st. You and
yes, sir.
Regina Boland was copied.
Let me speak. If you look at the email on there, it's not my email. My email is the City Pahokee.
Well, your city attorney should at least call and ask that you received it. You was on the email. That's all I can go by, the email.
An email, that's why I asked you if you would respond to me.
Please, everybody, can we just get this deal done so the
And-
football players can get up there and run the restaurant? Mayor, isn't that what you want to do?
Mayor, I
Can
have,
I please tell you how to accomplish that?
If you want to be the hero, go ahead,
I don't want to be
attorney.
the hero.
Go.
If you don't want to hear it, tell
No,
me so.
go ahead on.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Okay, here's what you do. And I had a brief conversation before this meeting with the football player's lawyer. I'm hoping to work with him to make this happen immediately.
Are you working on behalf of the city of Pahokee? And you keep saying you.
Can you shut them
Speaking
up in the
out of
audience,
turn,
please?
speaking out of turn,
Please, Sheriff's Officer, would you please remove this young lady?
She don't need to
from
be
the room?
removed unless she's being interrupted in a state where we cannot proceed with our meeting. You're speaking out of turn also, Commissioner.
because you're not taking over.
Okay, calm down. Let me explain how to get this done, all right, and make everybody happy. I do believe, honestly, Mayor, you've known me for 15 years. I do believe that this will get the city what it wants, it'll get the football players what they want, and it'll get Lambert what he wants.
Oh, we
and
include
everybody
Lambert.
will be happy.
Never.
Lambert don't have nothing to do with the restaurant lease. But go ahead and put what you're proposing.
Okay. Sir, could you have a seat and please let me talk for a minute, please?
Oh, I thought you was addressing my question, so I was just going to respond to you.
I know you are. Would you please have a seat for a minute and let me talk?
No, listen. I really don't know you like that.
I'd ask
but
the
you-
chairman,
listen.
and would you please direct this gentleman to have a seat? If he doesn't, would you please ask the sheriffs to remove him?
Robert, you'll be able to speak in a few. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor. So we want to make sure the football players have the lease, that the lease is not inhibited in any way by Mr. Lambert. That's the goal, right? So here's how we do it. Brad Richardson today, or was it yesterday, sent an email. He said, here are your 4 options. Option number 3 allows us to do that. And this is the way you do it. You ratify the lease with Everglades Reserve Holding LLC with the condition that Lambert must sublease it.
No,
No,
To
that's not,
the fo-
no.
that's not even.
Can I finish, please?
That's not what was
Sublease
said.
it, sublease it to the football players. Let me finish. Sublease it to the football players, and that Lambert will have no management or any other control over the football
But he will get
players
paid, though.
or the management. No,
he
he
sublease-
doesn't have to be paid. The state gets paid directly. Okay, so you don't know the details, so why don't you let me tell you before you tell me no? All right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the football players do their payments directly with the state, just like they were on the lease that they have already approved with the state. The lease is the exact same wording as the state. We have a side agreement that everyone signs off on the face of the lease, that says Lambert cannot interfere with them in any way. It also says if Lambert somehow goes bankrupt, fails, and he defaults on his lease, and the city kicks him out, that the football players stay here anyways, and we honor the lease in their favor.
No.
Okay, so
Oh, God.
all that done, it doesn't need the cabinet's approval.
Yes, it does.
All it needs is the city to sign the document, the football players to sign the document after their lawyer has looked it over and approved it, and Lambert to sign the document. One other thing for Lambert, he has to agree that he's taking the remainder, the campground and the other areas, excluding the city park, right? He's taking that as is, with no obligation of the city to make improvements or to repair anything going forward. I've talked with Lambert twice now. He has agreed to do that. He has agreed to the terms I just laid out for you. I tried to meet with the football players this week for lunch.
They don't want that, Mr.
Unfortunately, I couldn't
Good.
because I had a bicycle accident and broke 2 ribs, and I had to go get x-rayed. And they know that's true because your friend, Bernadette Weeks, was in a deposition with me during that period of time, and I had to leave the deposition to go to the emergency room. And I've got the doctor's diagnosis and proof that I'm sitting here tonight with 2 broken fucking ribs. Excuse my language. All right? So, what I just proposed satisfies the city on everything you've ever asked for the last 15 years. It satisfies the NFL players and everything
you can't speak for them.
on everything they already agreed to with the state of Florida. It's the same deal.
You bring a
Mr.
Lambert in
Brandenburg,
there. I'll
Mr.
let
if I
his
can-
lawyers, their lawyers here. You bring a
And
Lambert into
it
the equation.
satisfies all the parties.
You bring a Lambert into an equation that don't need to be brought
again,
into.
You are just standing in the way
Okay.
of all these parties resolving this issue.
No, it's not.
because of your ego and the other people's ego in this room.
You can point all you want, but that's not what he said. He's
hey,
lying on
This
the
happens
email.
tonight like
Lying
this.
on the email.
Everybody gets what they want.
Mr. Brandenburg, I have a question. In your statement you just made, which is a false statement you made from Brad Richardson, in the options that he gave, one of them said you cannot do a sublease and then subcontract them into it. It will have to go out again for a bid to do so. I read the email.
Right, and-
Now,
and-
wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish. How can you, right now, on June the 23rd, 2020, this city has decided not to do any business with Robert Lambert, ERH, totally. We canceled the contract, sent it up there to Brad Richardson, put out an RFP again. If Mr. Lambert wanted to have any dealings with the restaurant, he could have applied again to the RFP. He did not. Now, let me finish. JPDT is the only company that applied to the RFP. They've stated once, twice, 3 times, they do not want to be in business with Everglades Holding, period. They don't want to be no subcontractor to them. They don't want it at all. They've stated that numerous of times. So to come here tonight to bring up that do business with Robert Lambert, who has been calling the state, jeopardizing the lease right now. It's been 3 times that this thing should have been gone before the governor and cabinet to be approved. You have been working in the back deal of it. Regina Bolin have. I got the emails from Regina Bolin. I got every email from everyone that's been going towards up to the state from communication back and forth. Now, to say that sit here tonight, to say what you said is false statements. No, we did not holding this up. This should have been proved on August 10th. It's supposed to be proved again in September. You told Brad Richardson today. Brad Richardson said he had a 4 o'clock meeting with the chief of staff for this to move forward. You told him to hold off on it because you're going to put forth tonight to do away with JPDT and reinstate. I'm reading the email. Please, let me finish.
Read it.
Please, but the internet will come out. There's no internet no more here. But I got every email. He has them. He has them.
Mary, let's allow that.
Can I just finish my statement, Bear? Can I finish my statement? You did the communication back and forth with Brad Richardson today. He specifically said you cannot do a sublease with 2 entities because that was not the RFP original what went up there. It will have to go out, or you will either have to demolish all of them and put it out again for RFP. That's exactly what his words was.
Okay, Commissioner, I understand what you're saying.
So, no, Mr. Garrett Brandenburg, we do not want Everglades Holding, period.
Let's allow the attorney to speak on behalf of JP Holding.
Commissioner Mervin.
No, let him go ahead, Mr. Lawler.
Commissioner Mervin, I agree with you. That last paragraph says what you were looking at. Okay. Paragraph 3 in that letter from Brad is what I'm proposing that we do.
Well, we don't want that, Mr.
And I've
Let the attorney say.
and excuse me, Commissioner Mervin, but the 3 members of the commission here tonight.
It's illegal if they do that. I hope Ethics is watching tonight, because I'm going to say this on record. What they're doing tonight, if they do that, is an illegal practice. They can listen to you if you want on that. Even
I'd let
in
you
the
finish
email,
your speech.
even in the email,
Yes,
Brad Richardson says ERH has no existing lease with the state. It says that in the email.
I'd like to hear from the
Commissioner
attorney.
Mervin.
Let the attorney speak, if we would.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Brandenburg, thank you for allowing me to speak before you and to members of the community. I hope I can clarify some of the issues in here. I have the pleasure of representing JPDT Holding and the moving forward of the Mutt Tavern, which is also known as the Marina Restaurant. I had the privilege of representing Jonathan Mann, Deontay Thompson, and 2 of our fellow residents, Travis Benjamin, who's with the 49ers, now with the who got his first sack of the year the other night on a terrific ball game. I understand where Mr. Brandenburg is coming from in this situation, but what I want to do to the commissioners and to the community is identify where we are and how we got here. We had the honor of coming forth to this commission back in October of 2020, pursuant to a request for production, and we were provided with the resolution to get the restaurant. We were very excited. That was October 2020. For the next 4 months, we attempted to get this before the state, and nothing happened. Come April, which was a couple weeks after the election, I finally contacted Brad Richardson. For you all to understand the way this works, the city of Pahokee manages the restaurant marina and the campground. The state owns it through the land trust. What happens is the city approves the sublease, which they did for JPDD, and they also did previously for ERH. It goes to the cabinet, which is the governor and the cabinet, for approval. We have been trying to get there since October. I want to take you through our path to that area and why we have not gotten here, why everything changed in the past couple of days, and we finally realized why. And I think it's important for this commission to understand. And I know via the election in March, things changed on the commission in terms of the position. I presented to you the number of emails of my communication between myself and Mr. Richardson starting in April 2021 till 2 days ago, actually yesterday, the 14th. But the problem, the thing that got us here is an email that I received from him on September 1st of this year, and I want to read it to the community. This comes from Brad Richardson on September 2nd to myself. I'm reaching out to you because I feel you and your client deserve to be informed. I received an email correspondence yesterday from the city attorney and city manager to put the Love sublease item on hold. There is supposedly an item resolution to be presented to the commission on September 15th tonight to forego the sublease with JPTD and reinstate the sublease with ERH Holdings previously approved by the Board of Trustees. With the decision and direction in flux, our item is placed on hold for now until we receive direction from the city to continue on the path. I request and encourage the city to reach out to you and your client of its intended direction. I requested on that day to get a copy of the email that was sent by Mr. Brandenburg. It was not done by Mr. Thompson, it was from Mr. Brandenburg, and I received it yesterday. And I was kind of surprised by what was in the email. Particularly, the email is the last page. It's dated, it's September 1st, and it's an email from Gary Brandenburg, September 1st, to Brad Richardson, and CC to Greg Thompson at gthompson@thecityofpahokee.com. And it says here that, quote, I intend, which Mr. Brandenburg, to place a resolution on the city next agenda ratifying and restatement the agreement with ERH. They, ERH, will agree to accept the lease premises as is. Thank you. I want to make it clear at no time did they ever come to us and requested that we work out a deal. That did not happen until a couple of hours ago when an email was sent from Brad Richardson to members of this commission and to Mr. Brandenburg with these options. But I want to take you back to March of 2021. That's when this all changed, ladies and gentlemen. That's when it changed, because I'm going to read you an email that to me shocks the conscience, and now I know since March up until today why we are in this position. This is an email from Robert Landberg to Brad Richardson sometime between the time of the election, March 9th, I believe it was, coming up before the two new commissioners were inducted. Dear Brad, our group, don't know what that means, set upon removing Chandler Williamson as city manager of the city of Pahokee, has, as of this past Tuesday, secured a majority of the city commission. I'll repeat that. Our group has, as this past Tuesday, secured a majority of the city commission. Okay? That's first of all. The two new anti-Chandler Williamson city commissioners will be installed at the next commission meeting on March 23rd, 2021. So we know it was after that election till March 23rd, between that time that this email was sent. We understand that another recall petition will be shortly forthcoming calling for the removal of the remaining two pro-city manager commissioners. That would be Commissioner Mervin and Mayor Babb. The city manager, who continues to reportedly be under criminal investigation, had previously violated state law with respect to the previous recall petition, which is under investigation by both the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Election and the Florida Department of Elections. And this is the last sentence I want you to pay attention to, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the commission. We, this is coming from Robert Lambert, we look forward to working again with you shortly in order to finalize the lease arrangements with Everglades Reserve Holding LLC. Respectfully yours, Robert Lambert, Everglades Reserve Holdings LLC.
Wow.
I say to you, members of this commission and our new commissioners, what happened?
Wow.
This gentleman calls we, I don't know if that includes you, Commissioner Gonzalez, and you, Commissioner Perez, I don't know, but we will find out who we is. Secondly, this was done between the time of the election to the time that y'all were sworn in. We know that Chandler Williamson resigned. We know since that time you've gotten rid of the city attorney. You got rid of the city manager and replaced them with new city managers. The point I bring to this is there's no question that these young men deserve to have that restaurant. We have a sublease. Yes, it's not ratified by the state yet. We know why. Because on March 23rd, sometime before then, Robert Lambert had dictated this case all the way up till today. Think about that, guys. I was taught as a young man, I've tried over 200 trials. You admit the obvious and you debate debatable. This is obvious. This is obvious. So there's going to be some answers here. There's going to be some answers. Because now I know why this situation has taken so long. And it wasn't until literally yesterday and today that we finally have an issue where somebody wants to work with us. These young men have done nothing wrong. We have done nothing wrong. I represented NFL agents for 20 years, players for 20 years. I would beg my players to go back to the community and give back to the community.
Amen.
And these young men have come here, and they are doing it because they want to provide a service to the members of the Muck. It's called the Muck Tavern. It's going to benefit everybody. And I understand what Mr. Brandenburg says it is, but I want you to know what we've been through. This was not necessary. And it's all precipitated. I never met Robert Lambert. I never spoken to Robert Lambert, but he is dictating this city's practice. It is evident by the email who he contacted with Brad Richardson, who is the contact in Tallahassee with the Department of Environmental Protection.
Wow. Wow.
They are the ones who take the sublease and present it to the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Fund.
Wow.
So think about that. Now I want to last read to you, and this is part of my packet. I was completely at the point disappointed, and to be honest with you, fed up with, if you go to the June 16th email that I presented to Mr. Richardson, I laid out 13 issues that I had about what was going on with this. And I won't go over them all, but I'm concerned as to why it continues to be postponed. And what was interesting is his response, a response that seemed to try and protect him, and that's June 16th at 8:47 a.m. Because in section, let me give you exactly to it. I had requested from him that he had meetings with certain members of the community, and he attempted to justify it on the 16th by saying, just to be clear on a couple assertions, communication with any commissioner, city rep, or ERH rep has been transparent and only related to options that the city has or had. Should you require additional information, I'd be happy to provide you. There is no valid ERH sublease. Now, transparent, I got that email that I just read to you an hour ago. That's when I got that email about what happened between the election and March 23rd. And I bring that point up, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, with all due respect to everybody here, is that I had never been out here before. I saw that restaurant, I was blown away. To think that it's been not being utilized for years was shocking to me. I brag about that restaurant and that marina and that campground to everybody I see. These young men have done nothing to be here today. They have done nothing to come before you and have, but he said, forego it to go ahead and ratify something that the commission has already turned down and voided. And to say that these young men have to go with a guy who this commission has already said they don't want to do business with is absurd. They have a sublease. All they want is for the city to step aside and say, Tallahassee, we want you to put this forward. Because since April, we've been getting emails, if you look through them, where Brad Richardson was saying, we need to know the direction of the two new commissioners. John Dylan Adams and Mayor Babb wrote letters in April saying, there is no new resolution. We are going forward. There is no new resolution. We are going forward. It didn't go forward. Again in June, we need more information. We wrote back to them, you have all the information. Oh, we're canceling it because there's a change in the leadership at DEP. And then July, and then August, and then now September, it's put on hold. This is just not fair to these guys, you know? It's really not. And I understand that egos, and I understand what Mr. Brandenburg said with egos. We don't have an ego. Usually football players have egos, right? You deal with them, you see them, I dealt with them, you know it. These guys don't have an ego. Deontay and his wife have been doing refabs in this place. They want to do, Jonathan's setting up the Muck Hall of Fame in Belglade. They were going to have the Muck Hall of Fame dinner at the restaurant. I mean, it's that simple, guys. What you want to do with ERH is up to you guys, okay? We can't stop you from doing that, but you should not forego their lease. That should not be voted on tonight. You should stand up here today and say, we ask that this be put forward, and I understand the plan that Mr. Brandenburg saying. I still think there's some legal problems with that, because it's a sublease with another sublease, the entity, but it's up to you guys what you want to do with ERH. It's your decision. But I really think that you ought to really think about your vote. Because when you have that email saying we, and we are looking forward to working with you again, we will find out who we is. Okay? Think about that. And if we as somebody on this commission had something to do with withholding these guys from moving forward, with the control of a gentleman who was bid was denied by this commission back in July of 2020, there are going to be some serious questions to answer. I thank you for your time. If you have any questions for me on my emails or anything, I'm here all night. Please feel free, and I appreciate the audience. And I've asked you, please give the speakers the ability to talk. I know it's emotional, but they will kick you out if you start speaking. I know, and I understand that you do that. So I thank you, and I thank you.
Can I say something, please?
It's a chair. You don't have to get Brandenburg permission.
Okay,
It's a chair.
can I
Yes,
please
ma'am.
speak?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna speak on my behalf,
Certainly.
okay? First time that I heard anything or anything to do with the restaurant was the night that I was invited to attend when you guys held the conference, okay? It was a courtesy. I know the boys. No one could come and preach to me about the football players or the love for the football players, because I have been part of the football program in this city since my child that I just lost, that was 35 years old, since he was 8 years old.
Sorry.
So I know them since they were 8 years old. I've been here, I've fed them, I've took care of them, I've been like a mother to them. So no one here in this community or in this diocese could say that I planned anything or I'm doing anything against their back. It bothered me that after that thing that was up there, okay,
Just a news conference type of
yes,
situation?
yes, okay. I got either a phone call or an email from no, it was a little bit after that, okay, from Mr. Lambert, okay, and he started to tell me about, his lease and all that. I told him, send me everything that you have, okay? I got everything that he had. I looked at all the videos to refresh my mind because I've been here since the 80s, okay? I found out, I got their lease, the boys' lease, and I looked it all up. I even got the emails from the city, from the mayor, that was sent up there, okay? What troubled me was that same night, at about 11, almost 12 o'clock midnight, the mayor sends an email to Mr. Richardson saying that the boys held a news conference that we all attended and we were all in favor. I didn't know anything. I didn't have any details or anything. So after that, I looked at everything. It seemed to me, in my opinion, okay, for everything that I saw, not JDPT, but Everglades had a lease with the city and the state. The city canceled their lease. And I know why. I mean, people could speculate and this and that. Chandler Williamson, and I know it because he would go to the office and brag about it, and when I asked him, he would tell me, okay? Chandler Williamson had no intentions on ever releasing that marina to Robert Lambert. He used him, he got the grant, he got Mr. Lambert to help him finish, to do the little, superficial repairs that he did, so he could pocket the money that he pocketed, him and whoever was involved, okay? And I'm telling you this, and there's proof of it, no matter who smirks or who laughs, but I'm gonna speak everything here so they know why I was involved in this, okay? Then he comes, they bring him the night that they cancel his lease, and I'm telling you, so you see the kind of people that they were dealing with, okay? Because the same way that you went through it, he went through it. But this is the way it was. This is the way that I saw it. I was being fair, okay? So they canceled. They did it on a Zoom. He was denied the link, and so was Mr. Richardson. So he had no say on that link. I saw it. So don't say your head. That happened, sir. I could tell you, as my name is Sarah, okay? That happened. His lease was canceled here, but it was my understanding that the lease with the state had not been canceled. And by the way he's saying, I understand, Richard Richardson says, I understand you have 2 new commissioners. I want to know how they feel about it. Nobody had asked me anything about it. So my thing is, okay, you have one entity that's been approved by the city, and you got one that's approved by the state. That my understanding, based on the emails and what I saw, no one ever told me or showed me, because I spoke to Mr. Richardson as well, and he never told me that the Everglades lease had been canceled. Okay? I never got that. I never got that it had been canceled. Okay? So my take was on the legal view. I said if we have JDPTs being approved by the city, waiting for the state. Then you have the Everglades that was canceled by the city, but is still approved by the state. Okay? To me, if that was the scenario, they each had legal rights to pursue their interests. Okay? So I know McPhee, and I went and I talked to him, and I said, babe, this is what I saw. If the Everglades gives the right to the restaurant to you guys, because that's what you want, and they keep the rest, would you guys be okay with it? This way, the city will be no lawsuit, the state wouldn't be involved in no lawsuit, okay? They don't have to spend money in legal fees, and they could put that money into their business, and the city will got something to gain because they have access and everybody could open, and we finally have something working. That was my interest, that was my place, and it wasn't with anybody else but McPhee. And one day, when I presented it to him, he said, Mom, do you have a problem explaining this to the rest of the guys? And they all got on the phone, and I talked to all of them about it, and the only one that made comments was Mr. Mann, and he was talking about how the guy was prejudiced and this and that, and I said, listen, what I'm here to tell you is, if the man was prejudiced, if he was a racist, I will be the first one that wouldn't be bringing this, to you guys, because I am not that way. I'm not that way. My thing is, if what you want is a restaurant, okay? And I told him, I said, that was Mark Miller that made those racist comments. Mark Miller was not in the in the corporation or anything to do with
He was
it?
originally.
He was.
He was originally
He was.
part of the corporation.
He was a
When-
court, he was a
when
court.
was-
And Lambert wouldn't distance himself from it. He wouldn't distance himself.
Commissioner,
Not the papers that I printed.
But he was the original part of it.
Commissioner Perez, may I just address your concern, and I understand all these, my opportunity here is to represent these young men, okay? They have a sublease, we've been waiting for, going on 12 months now to get in front of and we were delayed, and we know why, because of that email in the March 2021. I would ask this commission tonight to waive any restrictions for them going forward in front of the Board of Trustees. We missed September, so we'd have to go in October. What you want to do with ERH, and whether you want to give them the marina or give them the camera, that's up to you guys as a commission to do. I'm here to represent these young men, but I will tell you, based on the actions of why you dropped him in the first place, and what he did right after the election to dictate what's going on right now is extremely troubling. And I understand your position about what you believe is a legal matter. I would differ on some of the issues. I'm not going to get to the legalese on that. But all I ask is these young men tonight do not forego their lease. Approve their lease to go in front of the Board of Trustees for the Internal Land Trust Fund and have it approved. That's all I'm asking. And I thank you for your time.
And I'd like to say
I
this too.
understand that. I just wanted to clear that. I wanted to clear that in front of them that they're here now, because some of them have been reluctant to talk to me, because I know that have been approached either by Ms. Mervin or or anybody else.
It was at my instructions. It was at my instructions not to communicate. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with us talking. There's one
I
thing
understood.
you could put your money on, is that I would never do anything to harm any of them.
well, if you don't put them
And
through, you're
this-
harming them.
But listen, this has been politicized. It has been politicized because there's an upcoming election, and also because I'm part of the football community, to smear my name and my reputation, which it speaks for itself.
Ms. Perez, I would.
But I want them to know exactly what it was and tell them in front of their face, because some of them I have not been able to talk to face, and I wanted them to know. So whatever it was that you heard or whatever, I could tell you from the bottom of my heart that you could believe what I'm telling you tonight, because it's the same thing that I've been telling you all along.
These men are not politicizing anything.
Not them.
Then please put their
Not
lease.
them.
Please put their sublease through and do not forego the sublease. Thank you.
Mayor Bab, if I can say one other thing. On June 23rd, I'm going to go back to this meeting, June 23rd, 2020, to correct some of the stuff Commissioner Perez have said. On June 23rd, 2020, the reason why that we were on Zoom, because it was the COVID and they were not meeting in the commission chamber. But on June 23rd, 2020, Robert Lambert himself wanted to change the lease. The lease came before the commission. Robert Lambert did not want to have it as is. As he trying to say tonight, he will take it as is. He refused the as is part.
You didn't
Number
give them
two.
access
Let
to
me
the
finish.
Zoom.
Let me finish.
You didn't
Number.
give them access to
Let me
let
finish.
him talk,
Let me finish.
Commissioner.
And to clear that up, he did have us on Robert Lambert twice. Called in and said he had an eye appointment. He got hurt in the eye. So the commission canceled the meeting because, at his request, put it to another date. At the date, he tried to call again and say he got another eye appointment. Well, I made the motion that we continue to prolong this, that we need to go ahead and approve the lease or deny the lease. So that night, Robert Lambert, they got on June 23rd, it was so many, with Brad Richardson on the phone. He was on the phone. He was, Brad Rich even instructed on what should stay in the lease and what should not stay in the lease. So he was on the phone. Robert Lambert wanted to change so many things in the agreement to where the motion came forth to go ahead and just cancel the lease with Robert Lambert, because we couldn't come to any conclusion on what he wanted. That's why his lease was canceled. That same next morning, a letter went up to Brad Richardson that the commission had decided not to forego with ERH. So they put the bid out again for a bid. Robert Lambert could apply, anybody could have applied. They refused to apply to the bid. The only one to apply, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lawler, the only one applied to the bid was JPDT Holding. We knew nothing of JPDT Holding. So to say that me and Bell have anything to do with it is false. We had no contact. I didn't even know who JPDT Holding was.
I'm not talking about
Okay,
then.
so
I'm talking about now.
let me
Recently,
finish.
what we were trying to
Let
talk
me finish. At that meeting, when JPD, we approved the lease. Once they went through the motion, the thing, they don't want bid, it came before the commission. That's how they got approved by the commission from JPDT. Other than that, that was it. No communication, no nothing. So to say here that we had something to do with it, no. Brad Richardson knew every step of the way. If you read the emails, and there are more. It's just right now, there's a whole plenty of them. Because I got every email that Brad Richardson had communicated with everybody. So the thing about it, and it's illegal, and I'm going to say this, and I'm sorry, Mr. Brandenburg, I'm going to say this. You and I, when you was the attorney, you and I had a conversation about ERH Holding. You yourself said, Mervyn, that would not be a good group for the city of Pahokee because they would nickel and dime the city of Pahokee. You said those statements, Mr. Lambert, Mr. Brandenburg.
Commissioner, on that statement, just let me mention this. Robert Lambert wanted a turnkey operation. That means he wanted to open that door and didn't have to spend one dime. He asked for plates, spoons, forks, glasses, utensils, pots, pans. He wanted a operation where he didn't have to pay a dime. He did not produce his financial statement to us. He, at the last moment, asked for numerous of changes, including guarantees that everything was operating properly and that if it wasn't, it was a city responsibility to correct it. He wanted guarantee on the land that it didn't have any contaminants in it. He wanted guarantee on a brand new air conditioning system we put in there, a brand new walk-in cooler that the city put in there. Just numerous of things. In addition to that, he was continued to be associated with Mark Miller and wouldn't disassociate himself with him. And Mark was going to be part of the process. But I'll say this, and we need to conclude. We need, while we're on this particular subject, this commission need to vote on whether or not they would agree to having the city manager send a letter authorizing the state to move forward that without restriction and that we are in support of this group operating, subleasing the Marina restaurant. So we can move forward.
While you're on the deck, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. I'm going to make the motion that we will move forward with JPDT Holding with no restriction. Direct the city
doesn't have a lease with the state.
Direct the city manager, the interim city manager,
with a clear conscience.
to direct the city manager to send a letter to Brad Richardson that this commission will have moved forward with JPDT Holding with no restrictions of the Everglades Holding Group. That's my motion.
I second the motion.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor.
You need to pass the gavel if you're going to second the motion.
I can second the motion and make a motion, even according to Robert Rules of Order. As long as the assembly is no more, the committee is no more than 12 representatives, the mayor does not have to relinquish his seat. It's a common practice that most mayors do that as a precautionary measure, but it's no requirement that you do.
Your decision on that is final unless the board overturns it. I've got no problem with that. I was just going to suggest to you that you amend the agenda and add this item to it so then you can vote on it. Maybe you want to add it on right now, so you can. I also wanted to say that Commissioner Mervin's statement about what I said was correct. That is a correct quote from me. And Mayor, what you said about wanting silverware and so on and so forth was correct. He did ask for those items at that time. So I wanted to go on record saying, verifying that those are the things that, in fact, you and I and Mervin said at that time. So if you'd like to move forward on this, if you add it to the agenda, I can tell you what your options are, and hopefully Mr. Lawler will agree to that, and then you can vote on it if you want to.
I think Commissioner Perez had a question. The reason we haven't got approved by the state is because this commission will not give them the okay for us to go up there.
No, that's not what, you said that there's an email from Brad Richardson saying that Everglades does not have a lease with the state.
It said they do not, it's June 16th. It's June 16th.
So maybe I'm going to amend that motion. I'll make a motion first to add the JPDT sublease to the agenda tonight, number one. And number two, I guess I don't know if we do it separate or not, to add that to the agenda. And number two, I guess we do a part, two parts of that.
Just add it to the agenda first.
Okay, so we'll take care of that one first.
Do we have a commissioner that would second that motion?
May I approach the commissioner for a moment, show her the date?
Yeah, because I don't see it. Oh, June 16th.
Hearing none, I would second the motion.
Which one? You said June 16th?
The motion is to add the item to the agenda so that action can be taken on it.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Mervin and properly seconded by the mayor to add the item of JP Holding onto the agenda so we can take action. Call for question.
I have a question. He said June 16th, there's, okay. There's,
Yeah, we don't.
Did you say
no,
June
we don't
16th?
have it. We only have yours. I don't have his.
June 16th, 8:47.
Let me finish reading.
8:47, okay, hold on, I'm looking.
Well, there's a
Okay.
motion on the floor. So we need
Yeah, but we have a question about
We
it
have a
before.
question.
8:47. Okay, I don't have one at 8:47. 8:47 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, I see, okay.
Oh, yeah, but I thought you said that there's no.
Well, I don't understand then, because in the April 16th email from Mr. Richardson, it says, "I spoke to interim city manager yesterday and explained we'll need a new resolution of sorts confirming the commission's, two of which are new, desires to the related subleases, one approved, one proposed."
If you look at the April 19th, 2021 email chain from Jonjolyn Adams, she forwarded back to Mr. Richardson a letter from April 21st saying, quote, in the second paragraph, "The city does not wish to provide a follow-up resolution to the existing City Commission Resolution 2020-30. Moreover, there are no such protocols on record which require to submit any additional resolutions."
But nobody ever asked us.
Well, that's between you guys. I mean, the fact
Yeah.
is that there is
They
no
were just writing
requirement.
letters and saying what they wanted to say
No,
without
that was
asking
done
anybody.
because there was
We were not
communication.
even involved in
Yeah,
this.
it was already a previous vote.
Yes, and that was
To
done
approve
because there
it.
were
That's why
previously,
it didn't-
commissioners calling the state.
so.
Robert Lambert, calling the state to tell them that there's two new commissioners that wants to pull the JPDT. That's why that was done. It was not done because it's
Please
Robert.
be quiet, we can't
Mayor,
hear
Mayor,
you.
may I explain to you your
Robert,
options
let
at
me
this
say,
point?
Robert Lambert again orchestrated the
Commissioner-
whole
Commissioner Mervin.
thing about it. That's
Let-
why.
Let's
Okay, so
proceed
on-
with the, let's
wait a
proceed
minute.
with the motion we have
Wait,
on the
wait,
floor,
I have a
though.
question.
I'm saying for a question. Yes.
Okay, so can I answer? Yeah, okay. So on April 20th, again, he says, just so I'm absolutely clear, because we'll be asked, this represents the current direction of the city to include the new commissioner's opinion.
Correct.
So he keeps asking her, have the new city commissioners been asked? And she keeps saying yes, but nobody asked us. Nobody asked that I recall.
Well, the situation is that from our standpoint and Brad Richardson's standpoint, he moved forward with this. He had it on the agenda in June and then took it off. Whether there was a procedural aspect on a resolution on that, according to what the Judge Adams said, there was not, and Brad Richards went forward to it. Y'all understood what was going on here. If you didn't, then I don't know why, because obviously it was a hot topic. But we know quite well, and to, like I said, admit the obvious, is you look, Robert Lambert dictated this. He said, you will see us. We will look forward with you. Every email that you see here, he continually asks for these opinions from the new commissioners. And I know that you commissioners here have spoken. I know, Ms. Boland, that you spoke to Brad. I know Ms. Perez spoke to Brad. And I know Mr. Gonzalez spoke to Brad. I'm trying to clear this up. You knew about this. To say you didn't know about this, that it was going forward, that there was an issue with the two new commissioners, why do you think we were delayed until literally today?
Permission
Come
to
on,
speak.
be honest.
Permission to speak.
Look at this. We were
My
delayed because...
take on it was the legality of it. I did not want to vote on something that was going to bring a lawsuit, not only to the city, but to the state. It would, God knows how long it would have been involved in the courts, and all that I wanted to do was try to work it out for everybody's sake.
Can I point to you just...
There was no malicious or I don't care whether it's Everglades or whoever it is.
Think about this for a minute. One moment. They had their sublease taken away in July of 2020. If they were thinking about filing a lawsuit because it was wrongfully taken away, they would have done that. If they thought they had it wrongfully taken away, they would have filed a request for proposal when we did sometime in the fall of 2020, after we were granted the sublease. And we had a sublease. If they felt that they were wrong, they would have filed a lawsuit at that time. Why didn't they? Because in March of 2021, when supposedly we got our people in there, he knew that he had control over this commission, and that at some point, and to say he didn't, look what happened. Delay, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, when everything changes, the end of July and August, we're on the agenda, get an email saying they're going to forego our lease and ratify with the lease with ERH. And the key thing in that ratification, it says in the email, is as is. Why? Because when it was not validated in 2019 or 2020, is because they had all these extras that Mayor Babb talked about. But now they're saying as is, which means you get it the way it is. So that's the point I'm making. If they had an issue, a legality about this, that would have been brought up many, many moons ago. It would have never. It's not an issue because he knew he had control.
So I'm gonna tell you the same thing because I asked them that same question. Okay.
Okay.
They came back after the money had been spent in the marina and the repairs that were supposed to have been done were not done. But if you read the RFP, it says that it was a state-of-the-art marina, that it was in perfect condition. The RFP, when they gave it to Everglades, I read each and every page of each and every document because I'm not here for one side or the other side. I want what's best for this city and for everybody. And this was my whole take on this. I wanted to make sure nobody had legal, and by reading that, these emails, this is the first time that I see the ones you're giving me now.
Let me tell you this. You can avoid any legal by verifying their ability to go to the state. They get the restaurant and do what you want with ERH and the marina and the campground.
Let's see if we can get that part taken.
That's the thing is that you have two parties. We want to move forward with this.
I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Okay.
Mr.
Mike.
Mayor, can I explain your options, please?
Yes,
Well,
Yes,
then,
Senator.
Virginia
Okay,
No, it's all right. Let him explain the options. It might answer my questions.
There's a motion on the floor.
Let him go and explain his option. It's fine.
okay. First, I'd like to note, I also had not seen these emails until tonight. I thank Mr. Laura for bringing those forward. Okay, so the city has some options on how to proceed with this. You can approve the lease with the football players. And God knows, I think they deserve it. I really do. Okay. Now, that lease is going to have to go to the cabinet again and get approved. It may be a month, it may be longer before it gets done. Keep that in mind. Your second option is to approve the Everglades Reserve Holding lease with like I proposed earlier, with the stipulations in it that they have to give it to the football players under all the terms that I said, and Mr. Lawler and I can work that out. And if it becomes legal and Mr. Lawler and the football players agree that it is, they could potentially be up there this week, maybe next week, depending on Mr. Lawler's schedule. So, and the third option is, like Mr. Lawler said, you just approve the football players' lease. You then address the rest of the marina, the campground separately in the future. So those are your options.
Here, we're gonna, I would think,
Mr. Mayor, but wait a minute. You cannot do that, Mr. If you read the whole email from Brad Richardson, it clearly states, in order to do that, you have to go out for our, you cannot, I'm telling you, it's illegal.
we're not gonna take that option though.
Commissioner
Okay.
Mervin, that's a
Okay,
different
so
option.
Commissioner Mervin,
Can't do that.
We're taking the
Mr.
option
Mervin,
of,
if Mr.
Go ahead,
Lawler
motion's
doesn't
on the floor.
agree
Let's go.
I'm still gonna.
that is possible in this period of time, then we wouldn't do it.
The only thing I have an issue on, it goes to Mr. Brandenburg, is this issue, is right now you are alleging that you have a lease with ERH for all three entities. That's going up to the state, was approved by the state, but it was not confirmed by this particular commission in July of 2020. The legal issue, is that void? Has that lease been voided out? If that lease has been voided out, ERH has no interest at all before this commission.
Yes.
Zero.
I agree with
I mean,
that.
that's if it's voided out, they have nothing before you. You voided their agreement. In other words, if I come to paint your house and I say, I'll paint it, give me $5,000, okay, paint the outside. No, I have $5,000 to do my roof. And you say, no, it's $5,000 just for the outside, not the roof. They go, okay, then I'm out. That's what happened here.
Okay,
You had an agreement.
I agree with that, Mr. Lawler.
Yeah, so that's voided. So the only thing before you.
We need to look at that. You and I need to look at that. And if it's possible that we could get your clients in there this week and not have to go back to the governor cabinet, that would be a pretty good result. I'm just suggesting that you and I look at that.
yeah. Even if we have to go back to the governor and the cabinet, long as the city is not interfering and giving them a clear path, it's not gonna be a problem with the cabinet.
But it
They're
may
looking
take a
for
month or
our
two.
blessing.
But it may take a month or two.
We waited
I
a
think
year.
we can.
Okay,
we're waiting.
that's fine with me
Thank
then.
you.
We have a motion to add this item.
I'm
Commissioner
speak-
Gonzalez
Mayor.
has a question.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Yes,
Just
sir.
to clear things up, so everybody can understand.
You speak
When I
up, can't
called,
hear you.
when I called on Brad Richardson, can you please explain to him why I called?
You give me
Don't
an-
just say I called him to make it seem like I'm trying to stop the guys. Be clear and transparent why I called.
I believe
Don't
it was just because you were trying to find out information on the lease.
Right, no, I was trying to find out what was holding these guys from opening up the restaurant.
Yes.
And the second time I called him was to get a map of the border of the restaurant. Those two things, so don't let the audience think that I was trying to stop them.
No,
Make
no,
it clear.
I just said that they kept asking for what is the position of the two commissioners. And that was addressed to John Adams in a letter of April 19th. As to phone call, I wasn't privy to those calls with Mr. Rich. I know you contacted him, but thank you for clearing that up with the members of the community. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I'd like to say something as well.
Sure.
When I voted against, because I did vote against JDPT's lease, I voted against it because I kept saying, are we positive that we are out of the ERH lease clean? Because I certainly did not want to get us into what we have tonight.
Well, I would
where
disagree.
we're not sure one way or the other, and I don't know about the rest of them, but I'm still not sure.
I think we're sure.
So-
I think the lease is voided.
I think
but-
it-
Well, Robert
that's-
Rules of Order states then, Commissioner Bowling, you cannot even speak on this tonight because you voted no, you just stated. So by you voting no on this, you cannot even speak on it. That's your Robert Rules of Order.
No, that's a motion upon reconsideration.
She
That's
cannot,
not in front
she
of you.
cannot.
Let's see if we can
Voted
get,
not to pay me my money, and you stated here that you voted no.
we
So
have
what's
a,
the difference? What's the difference? And it was a mock meeting that you weren't supposed to
Commissioner
speak on
Perez,
it. But you sat here and you spoke.
Commissioner,
So why is it good for you and not good for
Commissioner.
anybody else?
we have a motion on the floor to add this item on the agenda so we can take action. We have a second and a motion. Call for question. We had our question. It just
I have
add,
one more question.
just for the adding of it?
Yes, sir, I just want to
Okay.
ask one more question. Mr. Brandenburg,
Yes, ma'am.
if we add this tonight and we take action on it tonight, is that your recommendation?
I think you need to resolve this for the community. I think these football players really do deserve to have the opportunity to use that restaurant as an example for the residents and the students in this community. So I believe you should do that.
Okay, thank you.
So what is it that we're voting on?
Pardon me?
What is it that we're voting on?
Right now, we're
We're
voting
voting
just to
on
add
putting it
it
on
to
the
the
agenda.
agenda to take action. Then the next motion would be to approve the city manager sending a letter, email, whatever necessary to the state, letting them know that we are in agreement with this lease
One of
lease
these
moving
three
forward.
options?
No, it's the option of moving forward without restriction.
Okay.
Exactly, that's the motion.
Because of all the debate, I'll be honest, who was the second on that motion, just to put it on the agenda?
You
Mayor
Oh,
Bab.
I was, I'm sorry. Okay. Call for a vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Now,
Thank
next
you,
motion
Commissioners.
is-
Motion
I'd like to
passed
make a
by
motion-
unanimous. Hey, I need to announce the motion.
Get out there.
Motion passed by unanimous vote.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that this commission will give directive to the interim city manager, Mr. Thompson, to send a letter up to Brad Richardson that we will approve, that they will move forward with JPDT Holding with no restriction or kickback or anything from ERH Holdings.
I'd like to amend your motion to say immediately. That means
Immediately.
as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to join in that letter as well. I'd like to send that letter as well.
We can have the city attorney name on that also to include
And we can get a
both.
copy of the letter,
Yes,
Mayor,
yes.
when we-
Okay.
when we get a copy of the letter. That's the motion, I mean.
Yeah,
need a second. We need a second.
Been moved by Commissioner Mervin and properly seconded by the mayor that we direct the city attorney as well as the city manager to send a letter or some type of communication to the state indicating that we are in agreement with JPDT Holding moving forward without restriction, and we are in support of it.
Okay, so that's option one we're taking?
No
Of the
option.
three options?
No, it has nothing
No
to do with that.
option.
Huh?
It will just be that letter.
Okay, all right, I'm just making sure, because I wrote the options down, so I want to know.
Call
Thank
for
you.
questions. Hearing no additional questions, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Motion passed by unanimous vote.
See how easy it is? This is all.
Mayor Bab.
Yes, ma'am. Continue with the comment cards. City Clerk, do we have any additional comments card?
Mr. Jonathan Mann,
In the light of the events tonight, I would like to say thank you to all of our public servants. I think you guys did a great thing of coming together, and we are honored to serve the community consistently, and to see you guys be up here on one accord is something that's going to be very impactful with the healing of the city of Pahokee. I thank you. We look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you. And I would like to just add, we thank you for your interest in the marina and assisting Pahokee and the Glades region in its economic development in our community. In addition to that, we thank you for reaching out also and asking and exploring the possibility of building single-family homes in the community, which you and your group would assist in getting residents financially ready to move into their own single-family home, assist them with that process. These homes would include the landscaping, driveway, and all the amenities that goes along with a single-family home. So we thank you for that effort. Thank you.
Very well,
Ms. St. Clair Cowan.
First one on citizens' comments.
Good evening. I won't be before you long. I just want to say I was glad to see our commission be able to work together on that issue tonight. But I just have a few questions that I would like answered, and maybe Mr. Brandenburg can answer it. I requested some records from the, oh, he's not here. I requested some records from the city. I know he's saying that we can't get into the computer system, but I've been requesting records, and we've been able to get the records from the clerk. So I was just wondering what part of the system is not working. And I did get a copy of the receipt. He said it has cost $20,000, and he says up to $24,000 now for the IT person. But the receipts that I have that was emailed to me is only $8,000. So I was just wanting to know what we paying the $24,000 for, because the only thing that has been submitted to the city is $8,000 worth of receipts. And my next question was, we're using this company, and I'm seeing some practices that I normally didn't see prior to taking place now. That I thought RFPs are supposed to go out when the city is needing services, and I'm seeing that. Is it a practice that we're going to continue to use, that our city attorney recommends bring in his own people for our services? Because I'm just trying to find out, do I need to write IG to find out about this? Because I've never seen this happen before. And I also would like to know, I've emailed all the commissioners. None of them has responded to me, but only 2 commissioners, which is Bab and Mervin. I sent some questions in regards to the interim city manager. That position was not advertised or anything. They just, the city manager again, he said, he was just brought in because he was asked to come in and assist Commissioner Boland and city attorney. And he said he had spoken to Bab as well, but they asked him if he wanted to come in and help Commissioner Boland and the city attorney. So my question is, the city attorney is doing the hiring for the city, and I'm going to send some questions in because I want to know, what is our ordinance that the city attorney can be the city manager as well? Like, when did that practice start for the city? So I'll be sending those questions. I've been writing to commissioners. You guys have not been responding to me. And I think as a citizen, I deserve that. And regardless of how you may feel about me, I'm still a citizen in this city. And for you, I've been emailing you guys, and you would not respond to me, Commissioner Gonzalez, Boland, and Perez. And I don't think that's fair to me as a citizen. That's not fair to me.
I can respond to that.
No, I want you to email me.
Up to this date, I still can't get into my email. That's been going on for 2 months.
But you was getting into it to request those those meetings. You get into it to request the meetings, though, Juan. So that's unacceptable for me. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, in additional comments, Carl.
Ms. Tan Allen.
Good evening.
Actually, I was gonna say some more things, but I'll leave that for another time. I wanna say, you all did a great job on behalf of JPDT. I applaud you, and hopefully we can come together and work like this more. But anyway, I'll leave everything else for the next meeting. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
No, sir.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the approval of the minutes. First minutes, we have the August 11, 2021 Special City Commission meeting. I entertain a motion whether or not we want to move forward with approving or not.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the August 11, 2021 Special City Commission meeting minutes.
I second it.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Perez for the approval of the August 11, 2021 Special City Commission meeting. Call for questions.
Here, I have a question. On August 11th, special commission meeting, look like our minutes from what I'm looking was transcribed from an off, not from our clerk. So, again, and I know this meeting was scheduled during the executive order. My question is this. I know they came in the meeting to cancel the executive order. But if I'm not mistaken, the executive order states that you should not have a meeting. So to me, the order was, there was an ethic violation, or however you want to put it, because you had a meeting to cancel a meeting. If you understand where I'm getting at with that. There was an executive order prior to you scheduling this meeting. You had to come in and have a meeting to cancel the executive order. So to me, how do you do that? How do you cancel the executive order? You come in a meeting to cancel the executive order. So to me, would that not be where you and you can't say the three overrule the meeting because you first had to come in to schedule to have a meeting?
Mayor, may I respond, please?
Yes.
Okay, so this matter, and Commissioner Mervin, you're quite correct, this issue is being litigated in the circuit court right now, as you know. And the judge in charge of that case will probably rule on that sometime later on when it goes to trial. The rationale for that is that the emergency order wasn't valid to begin with. And under the statute, the three commissioners have the right to cancel it. It's very plain. It's written out in the statute.
Okay,
So,
that's okay, Mr. Blair. I understand that.
I don't want to argue with you.
I'm not arguing. I understand they have the right if they want it, but the point that we're missing.
You know, I'm not missing your point.
The
I
point
got
that
it.
we're missing, they had to come in the meeting
Yes, ma'am, I
first
got
to
that.
override that.
Yeah, we got it.
So to me, you violated the executive order, which it was a valid executive order, because the mayor can put executive order.
Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm
Okay,
not
let me
going to
finish.
argue with you on that
I'm
point.
not arguing, Mr. Lambert, Mr. Brandenburg. So the thing is, how do you, again, have a meeting to cancel the executive order?
Okay.
So you went against the executive order.
I explained the rationale for it that's being argued in front of the court. The court will make a decision on
Okay,
that.
so right now then, if it has not made a final decision with the court.
The court
means
already
that-
entered an order saying
But it's
that
the
the
decision,
commission
yesterday, the judge told
canceled.
you yesterday, the judge told you
Okay,
yesterday.
I can't finish the sentence.
The judge told you yesterday that no decision was made as of yet. So if that's the case, how did we go in a meeting to cancel a meeting? So
Okay,
that's
ma'am.
just my statement, but go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Bear.
Thank you. The person that told you what the
Somebody told me I listened to the
What
meeting.
happened at the hearing in front of the judge yesterday, told you wrongly. That's
The
not
judge
what
said
the
it.
judge said. That's not what the order said. His previous order indicated that the commission had the right to cancel it and did so. And for the purposes of that case, I'm the city attorney, and he gave me the authority to move forward on that basis. And that's all I have to say about it. You can argue with
Okay.
what the judge did, or you can argue, say what I did was wrong, but the judge is gonna decide it, so let's just let him decide
Okay,
it.
even with that, Mayor Babbitt, I'm gonna move forward. Even with now, the judge might move forward, but it's still after the fact of the meeting. It's after the fact of the meeting. So the judge is talking about it now, but we talking about August 11th. It's after the fact of the meeting. You even stated, Mr. Brandenburg, I'm just going by what your words was, that you sat up there and said, well, oh, maybe it was illegal, maybe it was this. So you even stated that. So,
Mayor, is there
Okay.
a motion to approve the August 11th, 21?
There's a motion and a second. We're calling for questions, so we'll finish up the question. And I would,
illegal stuff going on.
just allow the commissioner to know that your comments is part of the record, in the way you vote. And as far as my comments or question would be, I feel that particular, well, I want to first ask the city clerk, based on her experience, what is the proper procedure for calling a special meeting? I know about the 3 majority can do that, but is it a practice of the city in our ordinance to allow each commissioner the opportunity to even say yea or nay? It appears that myself and Commissioner Mervin have been neglected in even having an opportunity to do that.
When you look at the ordinance, it doesn't state contact all the commissioners. It says you only need 3 commissioners to overrule the mayor, so I can't give you no details.
I'm talking about a special meeting.
With
Calling
special
for a
meeting.
special meeting, what would be?
It only says 3 commissioners.
So once you got 3, you don't need to even ask the other 2.
I have not had to ask the other 2 because I haven't called any special meeting. But most of the time, you reach out to everyone out of courtesy.
Okay. And for the record, I would go on record as saying that particular meeting, I know the judge is gonna rule on it at some point, that these meetings and that minutes is really null and void until we can get other words from it. But in addition to questions, hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin?
No.
Mayor Bab?
No. Motion passed by a 3-2 majority, and I would request the Vice Mayor, I wasn't at that meeting, and I don't even consider it as a legal meeting, that she would be able to sign off on those documents. Next, we'll move to the August the 18, 2020 Special Commission meeting. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the minutes of the August 18, 2021 Special City Commission meeting.
I second it.
It is moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Perez that we approve the August 18, 2021 Special City Commission meeting. Call for questions.
Mayor Val, the same scenario go for this meeting. I just wanted on record that the meeting was called during an executive order, that they had to come in the commission to change to overrule the meeting. So I just want on record that that meeting also was an illegal meeting.
Thank you. And my comments would be the same as the previous comments. I don't feel it was a legal meeting until the judge ruling. That would be my opinion. And I also would request, since I didn't attend that meeting, wasn't invited to attend it, that the Vice Mayor, if approved, will be able to sign off on it. Hearing no additional questions, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
No.
Mayor Bab.
No. Motion passes by a 3-2 majority. Now we'll move to our next item, which is the consent agenda items. We don't have any consent agenda. Next is ordinance. We have one ordinance 2021-06. First reading of the ordinance. City Attorney, could you read that into the record for us?
Yes, sir. This is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, designating the city clerk as the city's official representative in all transactions with the supervisor of elections in relation to matters pertaining to the use of registration books and records for the holding of all municipal elections, providing for the canvassing board of Palm Beach County, Florida, to canvass all municipal elections, composition of the canvassing board, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for inclusion in the code of ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. And City Manager, could you just give, before we open the public hearing, could you just give a brief explanation of that ordinance?
Don't worry about it. Here.
Supporting documents from the back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not there.
It's not here, but-
Well, I think it pretty much states what it is. There's no room for interpretation.
Okay, that, I guess the reason I'm asking because the public is hearing the ordinance and they may have questions. I don't know, City Attorney, did we provide a copy for the public to at least read or review?
It's online.
Yes, it's online, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I can explain the audience.
Okay.
The ordinance if you'd like me to do so.
Okay, you can briefly explain.
So section 1 of the ordinance designates your city clerk as the representative of the city in transactions with the supervisor of election in all matters relating to the registration books and the records for the holding of all city of Pahokee elections. She has traditionally served in that capacity in the past, and this just recognizes it and formalizes it. Section 2. Section 2, instead of having 39 different canvassing boards throughout Palm Beach County, one for each city, the County Commission's canvassing board, which is composed of a county judge selected by the chief judge of the 15th Judicial Circuit, the supervisor of elections, which is elected county-wide, and the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, and they are also elected countywide, or their respective alternates or substitutes are the ones that look at the ballots and determine if there are any issues with respect to the holding of the elections. They are always there for every election, and it's convenient for them to do it because they are there at the supervisor of elections office, as opposed to calling on all the 39 cities to appoint 4 people and all of them trying to go there for a meeting to do the same thing. So this is, number one, a convenience thing, and number two, these individuals are well-versed in their responsibilities in that job and consequently do not have to be prompted each time an issue comes up, because in the 39 municipalities in the counties, the same issues come up over and over again. So they are able to respond to those very easily and very quickly. And then, of course, the conflict provision that you've all seen many times, inclusion in the code, and the effective date, and it's effective immediately. I would highly recommend that you adopt this ordinance. It brings certainty, transparency, and an effective way for the city to ensure that its elections are all done properly in accordance with Florida law, and that all city residents that are entitled to vote can vote and vote properly in each and every election.
I just have one quick question on
Yes, sir.
special meetings, with that same, board.
Special elections?
Special election.
Yes, it
And
would.
what would be the additional cost of that? I know with municipal election, when you got all the cities at once have an election, they have their, canvassing board there prepared to, look at votes and
Okay, the reason why SOE came up with them representing us as a canvassing board, because they've had problems with individuals showing up as the canvassing board for each municipality. Not all of them, but certain municipalities had 2 people show up and 1 person doesn't show, and they have to wait until that individual arrives.
Right.
So this makes the process smooth so they can go ahead and do it.
I understand that
But
part.
we're not receiving an extra cost for it, no.
No, I
Not for the
understand.
canvassing board.
Okay. All right. At this time, having the ordinance properly read into our minutes, our record, and properly explained it by our city attorney, now open this ordinance for first hearing. Are there anyone in the ordinance that want to address this particular ordinance, ordinance 2021-06? Any comments?
Richard Brown, 303 Carissa Drive. I really didn't come up here to do a lot of talking tonight. But when and I'm going to talk about the ordinance right quick, but to have a city manager get paid $10,000, and he couldn't do that in the attorney, that's sad. But anyway, will this affect the recall election? That's my question. This has nothing to do with the recall election, right?
Nothing
No.
whatsoever.
I just have one question. I didn't get a clear understanding. So does this mean that, because the city clerk always run the meeting, at any elections that we have anyway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just trying to, I guess I didn't really get a clear understanding. And what is it that we're doing? We're just putting it on paper? This wasn't?
We're putting it on paper.
It wasn't
that-
on paper before?
No, that she is the official representative of the city in all matters regarding elections, in the interaction between her, the city, and the supervisor of elections.
Okay, so I guess I have one question. So, say if we have an election and then she's sick or anything like that, there's no alternative person that we will have? We're not gonna put that in the audience, in the ordinance or anything like that, because what if she?
No, you don't need to designate an alternative, and the supervisor of elections conducts the elections here in the city, sends their own poll workers out to look over the election, gathers the ballots, make sure the voting machines are correct and operating, and then takes those ballots to the supervisor of elections office. And of course, they're backed up by the machine, which telegraphs them electronically to the office as well. So there's several safeguards in the voting system here in Pahokee.
Okay, and one more question. What does it mean when it says, the city clerk as a city official, about the registration books, and what are the registration books?
Okay, so in each election, prior to the election, people have the opportunity to go to the supervisor of elections office and register to vote. And the supervisor of elections has the ability, but doesn't always do it, but periodically goes through the voters list and makes sure everybody that's voting is still alive and their addresses are right and so forth. Those are the registration books. And so if there's any questions regarding those issues, the supervisor of elections would contact the clerk, and they would discuss those and how to resolve them.
Like if someone has a concern about someone's address or something like that?
Well, if the supervisor of election does, not just the citizen.
Okay.
Okay. The citizens can always contact their supervisor of elections and can always contact their clerk with any issues regarding any voting or voting irregularities.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments from the audience? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on first reading. And at this time, City Commission, what is your desire?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept ordinance 2021-06.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption on first reading of ordinance 2021-06. Call for questions.
One question, does this also include the canvassing board of the commission that's not being elected that year? Is that what this is, or this just for the?
This designates the
Just
Palm Beach County, countywide canvassing board as the canvassing board for the city of Pahokee.
All right.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to resolutions. Resolution 2021-29. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving a contract with Tawana Warner as city clerk, Exhibit A, providing for an effective date. And I want to point out in the contract itself, there is a typographical error that the salary is supposed to be $72,000, not $72,500. The contract is consistent with your charter, and it provides that the city clerk serves at your pleasure. In the event you terminate her, there is a severance provision that is consistent with Florida law. It also provides that if she decides that she is going to not serve as your clerk anymore, that she'll give you 1 month written notice in advance of that decision, so you have the opportunity to find a suitable replacement.
Would there be a servant pay involved in that?
Yes, sir. On section 4B, the clerk shall be entitled severance pay in the amount equal to 20 weeks' salary. That is in keeping with the Florida statute regarding severance.
In the event that she resigns herself?
No.
Okay, that's the
No,
question
sir.
I was like.
Only if she's terminated by you.
But if she resigned herself, or so it says here that she get 8 weeks salary.
Okay, ma'am, where are you looking?
But, yeah, I have a couple questions on
Ma'am,
that.
where are you looking about the 8
Well,
week salary? I'm
well,
trying
can
to
we-
find that.
Okay, are we ready for questions?
No, we need we'll take a motion in a second. If it passes, then we'll call for questions.
Well, let me just clarify that there's no severance pay in the event that she leaves herself. She's entitled to the same benefit that any other city employee has when they leave voluntarily.
Where do you see that?
When we get to the questions, I have questions, and I'll point it out.
Anyone desire to move on this motion?
Yes, sir, I make a motion that we accept the resolution, sorry, hold on, 2021-29.
I second it.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Folden and properly second by Commissioner Perez for the adoption of Resolution 21-29. Call for questions.
Mary Beth, I have a couple of questions. First of all, let me go to section where it says whereas, and we're on the front page on the witness. Is not the city clerk also an at-will employee also, since she's a charter member? She's a charter employee?
Okay, so what, whereas,
It has here said
She's on the
provide a just
resolution.
means, that we have to provide a just means of terminating the city, of the clerk's services. What my
Am, are
question
you
is
looking
just
at the
means.
contract or the resolution?
I'm looking at the contract.
Okay, and which paragraph are you talking about?
Under witness,
Under witness,
down to 1, 2, 3, 4.
on the very last page?
No, it's actually right after Exhibit A.
Oh, a witness.
Yeah.
Whereas Tawana Werner has been employed with the city of Pahokee from October 2015 through June 2018 as full-time charter position of city clerk for the city of Pahokee and has been rehired as a city clerk. That's what it says. And, okay, if your question is, does she serve as an at-will employee? The answer is yes. You can terminate her at your pleasure at any time under the provisions in the contract. If you terminate her, then you have to pay her severance. If she quits, and after she gives 1 month notice, then she quits on her own, she's entitled to the same benefits that normal city employees do have if they quit.
Okay, my question is, since an at-will employee, I don't think it should say then provide a just means of terminating the clerk, because as an at-will employee, you can just walk in here today and say, I think I would like the motion to terminate the city clerk. I'm
Okay,
just
so
asking that question for at-will
I'm
employee.
not seeing the language that you,
On number 4, it says provide a just means of terminating the city clerk.
okay, we can delete just and just say provide a means of terminating the clerk. I have no objection to that. I'm sure the clerk doesn't either.
Okay.
So
And-
we'll
and so I
remove the
don't-
word just.
Okay, the next, go to section 2,
Yes, ma'am.
where disagreement shall be continuing in nature provide, however.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going down to the 72,000. I know I did a calculation because it had here 72,500. So at the $72,000 that we will pay the city, that's her salary, does that still has the 2% yearly that they had agreed previously?
No, ma'am.
So
It
the
does
2% is not on the 2%?
It is not.
Okay.
You can adjust her salary from time to time as you deem appropriate, as long as you don't violate the contract.
Okay, so the 2% that they voted on previously, that's non and void now?
That is not on the table anymore.
It's a
Okay.
different contract.
Okay, please let me just finish my question.
Good clarification. Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner.
thank you, I just want to know. Now, go over to section 4, termination and the service pay. It has here on section B, in the event the city clerk's employment is terminated under any other circumstances, during such time as the clerk is willing and able to perform the duties of the clerk, then the clerk shall be entitled to a service paid amount of 20 weeks' salary, less appropriate deduction for federal withholding and other applicable taxes. Now, I'm just gonna use the total that you had here because that's what was there when I did my calculation. Might be a little less, but it won't be too much less. So, if that's the case, that means then within the weeks, that's $27,884. That the city of a 20 weeks service pay. Now, I'm gonna say this because this commission here, when we talked about service pay in the past, every one of them was against the service pay paid out to the city clerk, the city attorney, and the city manager. But they're gonna sit here tonight, I don't know, and approve a service pay almost of $30,000 for the city clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I did not do that calculation, but I'm
Well,
assuming you're correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I would like to note that no one will come to work for the city of Pahokee in a professional capacity as either your manager or city clerk under the existing circumstances in this city unless you give them a severance package. You will not find a qualified person.
I agree totally with that. That will bring me to my next question. But we sit here, Mr. Brandenburg, you deny the pay of the service to the city manager. You were here, you said, you brought it up that it shouldn't have been paid out. You also right now have not paid the city attorney her payout. So I agree that if someone could, they should get, I'm not gonna say it should be 20 weeks as for the clerk, but there should be a servant's pay. But how can you agree to this, but you denying to the city attorney?
Okay, with respect to your city manager, that was an entirely illegal payment of $67,000 to him that was not authorized by this commission or allowed under your ordinances.
But it was you wrote the contract.
I did, and you should
And so
not
that was a contract that you wrote.
You should not have paid him the $67,000. Unfortunately, you didn't ask my advice, and you went ahead and paid him anyways. On the city attorneys, just like we just went over with the clerk, the city attorney serves at the pleasure of the commission under the charter. That means you can fire me or your previous city attorney at any time upon 3 votes.
With the service pay.
Not.
You have a service pay even in your package.
I do not.
You said in your contract, you said on the day of your termination, you would like to have your, I don't have a verbatim word, right immediately. Like in other words, if they was to terminate you today, if they terminate you today, Mr. Brown, you asking for your pay immediately.
Ma'am, okay. So if you terminated me tonight, you would owe me for the hours and the time I put in up till tonight, prorated as of this month. That's all, nothing more.
Okay, but I don't want to get an attorney. I'm talking about city clerk.
So with respect to your prior attorney, she signed off on a contract that was contrary to your city charter, giving her 3 months' pay after she was fired. That's contrary to the charter. And as your current city attorney, I couldn't rightfully pay her something that is clearly contrary to the city charter. Now, you did not ask for another attorney's opinion whether that was legal or not. She signed it herself.
We didn't ask for one for yours either, Mr. Brandenburg, but you still put another contract out. We didn't ask for another attorney, yours legal. But we're not talking about, we're still talking about the city clerk. So can we get back to the city clerk?
Just to clarify that statement, she was not paid for work not performed. The contract gave her a 90-day advance notice.
Which is contrary to the charter and illegal, because your charter says she serves at the pleasure of the board.
She does.
Which means that at any time you can terminate her. It doesn't mean you can terminate her if you pay her a bunch of money. So that's why that's illegal. And it will be determined to be illegal. The court will not award her that money.
We'll see that.
We will.
That's
probably.
part of a contract. Even going to this contract here, if you don't abide by a legal binding contract, it's gonna end up in a lawsuit. They're gonna still recover the
And
money.
if your city attorney advises you to sign a contract for the city attorney's own benefit that is in violation of the city's own charter, what do you think that's going to result in?
Advance notice of termination is not a violation of the city charter.
Well, let me go back, Mr. Brandenburg, and I don't want to get on to Mr. Brandenburg, but in your previously email, and I will pull that up, when you were terminated prior, yours has 60 days in it. I'll pull it up
You did pay me
later,
a
but
day of severance pay when you all terminated.
I know that
me
because
evening.
your email in there, what you sent to us. But anyway, let's get back to the
Let's
city clerk.
let's do that. Let's clarify
On
my
it-
prior contract. It had no severance in it. I'm not asking you for any severance.
Right now,
The
Mr.
moment
Brandenburg,
you
let's
have three
We're going-
people
we-
that want me to leave, I will leave, just like happened last time.
We'll get to the email later, but let's get back to the city clerk. So in other words, it's 20 weeks salary, which is adds up to about $27,000. That's number one. Another question.
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that the city commission now move item number 3,
Yeah,
the hearing on the ordinance, up on the agenda, so that we don't hear another argument tonight that we've run out of time and can't consider that ordinance. So if a member of the commission would like to make that motion, now would be the time to do it.
No, it's not, Mr. Mayor. We have
We got
right
a
now
motion on the
here.
floor
We
too,
have
and we
this
call
now.
it
We
for
gotta finish this.
questions. We'll finish the agenda. We'll finish it.
Okay, so I have another question. Listen, when Commissioner Bowles sit here and asks all the questions, no one says anything. So let me finish the questions that I have.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're not gonna
Now,
leave till
what is the max hours that the clerk can, because I didn't see that in here anywhere, can accumulate in a year? Prior to her last, and I don't know, you can clarify it. In the last contract, they were giving her, was it 100 hours prior to her being hired? So, is that still in effect?
It is not.
So, okay, so then
If
the.
it's not in the
Can you
contract,
please-
it's not. We're signing, we're passing
Jesus,
what's
please,
here. Why you keep asking for stuff that's not in
Commissioner
the-
Perez,
Let me
let's
ask you a
do-
question.
It's only taking time.
You set up and asked a lot of questions too, so allow her the opportunity to ask questions. This is a contract
Please
that we got
let
to live
everyone
with.
ask their questions and get through this.
Okay, the next one, the question. In the parts C, under termination of service pay against C, it says, if termination of employment occurs under any other circumstances, i.e. death or disability, or the clerk is unable or anticipated to be unable to perform the duties of her position due to a physical or mental impairment for a period of 60 consecutive days or 75 days out of the year, which is 365 days, then the city may terminate the clerk and pay the clerk, effective the last day of her employment, an amount less appropriate deduction for federal withholding and other appropriate taxes, 8 weeks' salary. Okay, my question is, the word where it says anticipated, to be unable. So this is mine, and clarify if it's not. She can wake up in the morning and just anticipate, I cannot perform my duty.
No, ma'am.
Let me finish, can I finish my question?
Okay, but the answer is
Anticipate
no.
means to me, I can wake up and anticipate, I cannot perform my duties as the clerk. As the clerk, I can wake with headache, COVID, I just can't go in because all of the rhetoric that's going on, I can't perform my duties for the next 60 to 75 days. The commission can terminate her, but we will have to pay her 8 weeks service pay.
No, that's
Which-
not accurate.
It says right here, 8 weeks
May I
salary.
expl- May I explain
salary.
the clause, ma'am? Commissioner Mervin, I'd like to explain the clause if you'll let me. Okay, so if you have an employee, in this case the clerk, who suffers a traumatic injury and, for instance, is unconscious or is on a ventilator and can't come to work,
That's not what it says.
if that occurs and she is out and impaired, mentally impaired, or she becomes insane and she's mentally impaired for a period of 60 days or 75 days in total out of a year, then the city can terminate her without a reason. And in accordance with the ADA and other requirements regarding treating people that have disabilities, and can do so by paying her 8 weeks severance. This is a provision to protect the city so that you don't have to continue to pay somebody that's on a ventilator or unconscious or is mentally ill and cannot perform their tasks. That is what this provision is. It's a common provision that is in many, many employment contracts.
I beg the difference on that in many contracts, because I call it, and no one else has this in their contract. And prior to her being here those other years, it was never there then either. So this is new. So let's not say.
This is an additional protection I put in for the city, which I believe is what you hire a city attorney to do, and I've done so.
Okay, this is not in protection of the city.
This is in protection of the city
Where
only.
it says, when you say anticipated, it does not say, well, she's on a ventilator, she's in a bar. No, that's not what this says here.
It doesn't say if Tawana Warner anticipates and tells you, I've got a headache and I can't
It don't
work.
say, it just, but I can say it use anything in there when it says and anticipate to be unable.
No, that's nonsense.
That's all it says.
That's nonsense. Okay,
Okay.
this is here to protect the city. It clearly is, and there will be
Well,
no doubt about its
with the
interpretation.
total, even with the total that you had here of the 72.5, that was still equal up to almost $11,000. Now
Yes.
it's probably less
Yes.
because of the.
Yes,
the-
it'd be much less than if you had to keep her on the city payroll for a year and a half while she was on a ventilator.
Actually, you wouldn't have to keep it because at will, you can still terminate at
Try
any time.
terminating someone that is disabled while working for the
If
city.
they're on a ventilator, they can't perform anyway. They will be terminated.
Okay, never mind. No use arguing this.
Because they're not here to do the job anyway. They're on a
There's
ventilator.
ADA laws. That's what he's
Oh,
trying
God.
to tell you.
Listen. So, again, that's my,
Whoever is advising you on these
I'm not
questions
advising, I'm
asked
reading, I can
really
really
needs to
read.
go back to law school.
I think I can read. I'm not a lawyer, but I can read. I can read.
Okay.
And I can comprehend what this
Apparently
means.
not.
I can. I think what you're saying, and I know why we're doing what we're doing, but it all pan out in the end on that part.
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will. And I'm hoping, and Tiwana, this is nothing against you personally, honestly, but I'm just hoping and prayerfully that nothing that you're not signing or doing anything that I don't know from Mr. Brennan that's illegal that will get you caught up in some stuff later down in the line. That's all I'm saying. I just hope everything is up on it, up and up.
As do we all.
In additional questions, I have one or two. I also don't agree that this contract is for the protection, not the overall protection of the city. I think it's really the compensation as well as the benefits as far as servant pay is way too high, way out of line. And the sad part about it, and I hate to say this, but I don't have any other way to say it, working with this group, they're gonna end up firing at some point, because if you don't do what they want done and march to their drum beat, you're gonna be terminated, and we're gonna be stuck.
That's accusation, man. Don't accusate. Yeah, be careful what you say. You're accusing
I
me of
think
something.
you better watch what you're
Watch what
saying.
you step
You're
back.
the
I'm not
mayor.
playing.
You're
Mr. Mayor,
speaking
point
on
of-
the
me.
Mr. Mayor, point of
You're on
privilege.
YouTube but
Yeah,
you're being
don't
watched.
be accusing me of
So you
stuff.
better watch what you're saying.
You being watched too?
Please come down, please
We're
come
all
down,
being
Mayor.
watched.
Mr. Mayor,
Typically, people do get fired if they don't listen to the direction of their bosses.
Because I'm not gonna put up with his mouth tonight. I'm
You
not.
had to order, the mayor would, if someone is speaking out, if it's not a disruption where it's really interfering with the proceeding, then, you know, you're gonna have.
It is.
We can't
It
hear.
is.
Yes, he is.
You won't stop him because he's your brother.
That's not a major, I haven't saw a major
Yes,
disruption
it is.
at
Last
night.
time you
I
let
think-
him sit
I think
there
your-
the entire meeting
your-
and call me drunk, and you did not ask him to.
We're not
leave.
talking about
Perez,
last
please.
meeting now,
Stop
we're
it.
talking about this particular meeting.
Commission.
Commissioner, please.
Stop me from starting.
You're more of a disruption now than he ever
Yes,
been
yes.
tonight.
Mayor.
Because I'm not gonna put up
Mayor,
with it
can I have a
no more.
point of privilege, please? Has the commission looked at your agenda and seen the depth of work that falls on your shoulders tonight? I hope you have, because we're still playing semantics and wordplay on trivial things, when you really need to be looking, in my view, the importance of this meeting tonight. And it's not what you're doing now, in my opinion. We have important work. We've got to approve a budget, the millage rate, and compensation for your employees that you're saying we're going to fire for some reason. I'm recommending we spend a lot of money to take care of them. And I would ask we get to the work at hand.
Okay, this is a deliberation of the commission. I understand your comments and they're well taken.
I have another question.
Again, you spoke, Commissioner. Let everybody at least get an opportunity to ask a question and their concern. I just feel that the compensation, again, is way too high. And not only her compensation, I feel that the city attorney compensation is way too high. An interim city manager with no experience is way too high. And the city clerk, and I'm gonna give you just a quick example of that. All three is receiving approximately $20,000 more than the previous city clerk, city attorney, and city interim manager. And to me, that's gonna continue where we're gonna be at some point bankrupt. That's just my opinion. It's just my honest opinion. Any additional questions?
Remember, I heard Mr. Thompson say, I know we have the budget to get through, but these comments, before we were sitting in a meeting, sitting here waiting, all questions was asked, we sat here patiently and let 10, 15, 20 questions asked by one commissioner. Nothing was never said on those questions. She asked the question, we sat here with those questions. So yes, do we have the budget to get through tonight? Yes, we do. But it shouldn't be so many questions on the budget, because we asked all those questions last by Commissioner Bolden at the last meeting. She had about 15 questions then. So, but this is also just important as the budget that we have to get through. All of it is important.
Yes, ma'am, I'm not saying it's not important, just take it in
So I don't
consideration.
think it's no intent or anything that we're playing on words. You got a contract here you're gonna approve, and if you're not even someone else's contract, I wouldn't be the only one to ask the questions. I'll probably sit there, and I guarantee you still be questions being asked. So I had those my questions I had to ask on the contract.
Okay. Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
No.
Mayor Bab.
No. Motion passed by a majority, 3-2 vote.
And one statement, Mayor Bab, we gotta go to, all the money you just mentioned we paying out. And just in the last day, we had to, our same attorney said the city is a poor city. I don't understand how we're gonna pay all this money out, and he stated we're a poor city.
Come on, Mayor.
Never worry about all the
He
money
did.
you
Mayor-
He
paid.
said it.
You never worry about all the money that
He
you
said
paid the rest of
Mr. Mayor, the next item on
previous
his agenda
administration and all the
is
ones
a
that they stole.
public
didn't you?
hearing.
We found none.
It's
Oh, no,
resolution
we
number
haven't. That's what you
2021-30, a
32.
resolution
32.
I know you should take in charge, Mr. Brandenburg, but let me chair the meeting, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I was just hoping you'd do so.
I appreciate that. Next on the agenda is Resolution 2021-32. City Attorney, could you read it into the minutes?
This is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute an American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund Agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us just a brief explanation of that resolution, if you could?
Yes, sir. That's to receive our ARPA funds. I was under the understanding that the city had already applied for that when I got here. I was wrong with most things they have not applied for. This is late. We're still can be timely voting on this tonight, but the city has not signed an agreement to receive our ARPA funds, which is $3 million. So this tonight, if you take action, we will receive half those funds this year and half the next.
I thought when we submitted our final budget, that was sufficient. They had whatever information they needed.
Negative.
So what additional information did you send out?
I didn't send any additional information. When I got email, I got notified from the Florida League of Cities that urgent, you have not replied to your agreement.
Okay.
So I cannot reply on my own because it's a contract and it needs your action, and that's what I'm recommending tonight.
Okay. City Clerk, you have some input in that?
Yeah, the response was to the Florida League of City to figure out what the amount was. It was not the agreement. They were trying to figure out what was the appropriate amount that the city should receive. That's why they needed the updated budget.
Okay. Correct. City Commissioners haven't had Resolution 2021-32 properly read into the minutes by our City Attorney and properly explained by our Interim City Manager. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2021-32.
Second it.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Boland and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2021-32. Call for questions.
I have a couple. Okay, so, Mr. Manager, the $3,162,890 is the amount we will receive in
Yes,
two
in
chunks?
two parts.
Okay. And when was this first sent out to be signed?
When did I receive it?
No, sir. I mean, when did they say it should have been signed?
They didn't give a specific date, but they had it labeled urgent and give a reason. Please let them know why we have not returned it yet. I let them know that the commission had to take action.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay. So, I think we talked about this before. The money that will come in will go into the general fund and then be moved to its own account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sure I understand. Thank you.
My question, Interim City Manager, isn't this the document of the contract, the information that Jocelyn Adam was working on before she was suspended and later terminated?
That would be part of her job, yeah.
Okay, so in the case where she wouldn't have gotten suspended during that time, I'm thinking, to my knowledge, this would probably was the reason for this being delayed.
I don't think a week was the
She was
reason it was
suspended
delayed.
for 2 weeks, 10 days. Then after those 10 days elapsed, she got terminated.
I'll explain later. I got
Okay.
about a half a page that's late.
Okay.
Well, maybe I have a question. If you can recall in that meeting when the thing was said, Rodney Lucas brought it up, there was a directive from the commission for him to find out how much the money was coming to the city. So I think that's why the letter went up asking what was the amount. Because if I'm not mistaken, the commissioner here asked him, could you please find out the amount that comes to the city. Then they were gonna set up a date to get together and see what we're gonna do. And if I'm not mistaken, that was all done through Commissioner Bowman.
Yes, I was at a conference with the mayor and the vice mayor, and they made the final announcement while we were there, put it up on the screen, and everyone knew their city's final amount.
This city did not know.
Your representatives were there.
Again, this city in that meeting did not know. They asked.
I apologize, they didn't relay it to you.
All right, we'll move on. Any additional questions? I think you was asking question, Commissioner Bowden?
No, sir, I'm done.
All right. Hearing no additional question, are you ready? Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes?
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our public hearings. We have Resolution 2021-30. City Attorney, could you read that into the record?
Yes, sir. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, adopting a tentative millage rate for fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022 pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida statutes providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager could give us just a brief explanation of this resolution.
Well, it would adopt the millage rate. Supporting documents in the back, but I'll read it off.
This is, excuse me, sir. This is adopting a tentative millage rate, and the first item of discussion when you adopt this is the rolled back rate and the percentage increase over rolled back rate. So you are not adopting rolled back rate, you are adopting an increase over rolled back rate. And the percentage increase, I'll have to ask the city manager.
7.39.
Sir, now that you've discussed those items, you can carry on with all other discussion and open it for public comment.
At this time, I'll open Resolution 2021-30 for public comments. Are there anyone in the audience who wish to address the commission?
I just have one question. I have a concern.
Please state your name and address.
All right, San Cal, 1548 Secretary Avenue. I have a one concern. City man, now is someone going to help? Because it seems like this is a very important item for our city. So I want to know, it seems like, no offense to anyone, that our city manager doesn't really understand what's going on. So who's going to make sure that this paperwork is properly taken care of? Because it's just concerning me with the city that things such as important as this and our millage rate and questions that are being asked, that we have to refer everything to the city attorney. And we paying a city manager, so who's going to make sure that this is properly done?
That's my job, ma'am, and I'll make sure.
What would you like to know about the millage rate in your city?
I want to make sure that the paperwork is properly being done for it and we understand what's taking place, because this is important for our city, because I know we had all the hoopla about making sure we get it passed the last time. So I want to just make sure that the paperwork that is being done properly for the city.
It is.
That's what I'm concerned about.
I believe it is legal and proper.
Well, Mr. Brandenburg, I understand that, but we need somebody else to check, because all these other contracts that we had, I'm just saying, we need a check and balance system, not just one person running the city, what one person say. Your advice is you supposed to give us legal advice. I'm just saying, we have a city manager here.
One person does run the
Came up
city.
with the numbers, he recommended them to the commission. The
Is
commission
it coming back to the community?
adopted the numbers, they sent them all to me. I reviewed them, they are legal and appropriate. That's the process. That's a process that has always been in place at Pahokee and is the process that was used this year.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because it doesn't
Yes,
seem
ma'am.
like
Thank
that
you.
we have what we need to get it properly done. That's just
Yes,
my
absolutely.
concern.
Thank
That's
you
that's
very
my
much. I
concern.
appreciate your help.
Is it coming back to the community a second time? I know he being smart, but I live in this community.
Yeah, this is the first reading, so it'll come back a
It'll come
second
back
time.
again,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
because I want to get second eyes to look at it.
So, question, this is the first reading of the millage rate?
Tentative.
It's tentative? Well, then I have a question then. If that's the first reading, call me, whatever. But prior in another meeting, y'all stated, Commissioner Bolden, that this was already passed as a tentative.
But see, that's what I'm confused about.
So if this coming up now as the first reading, it was stated, so I have to go here again. The meeting that they claimed that was legal was illegal.
See, that's what I didn't understand.
Please
Okay.
let me finish.
May I?
Please, can I finish, Mr. Brandenburg?
Okay, but it's just not.
Please, let me finish. I'm gonna say this because it's right for the citizens. We had a meeting. Then we came back with another meeting, 2 meetings. They put forth a special meeting to approve the millage rate. The commissioners wouldn't show up to approve the millage rate. Commissioner Bolden stated on her Facebook page that it was done.
Right.
So, if this is the first reading tonight, Mr. Brandenburg,
Yes, ma'am.
why are we having a first reading tonight
Okay, ma'am.
if it was stated
If you
that the
stop
first...
talking, I will answer
Let me get my question. No, I don't have to stop. Why does, if it's the first reading tonight, and it was stated prior that the meeting was already, first meeting and was done, sent to the county already, why are we doing this again tonight?
May I respond now? Okay. The meeting that the trim notice was properly adopted at, that the mayor tried to adjourn early, is where you adopted the trim notice. Tonight is the first reading on the tentative millage resolution, which is specifically and exactly laid out in the resolution in front of you. After this, it will be publicized. The notices will be sent by the property appraiser and tax collector to all the residents in the city of Pahokee. It will have on it the date of the final budget hearing, where all the residents can come in and speak to you with regard to each item in the budget and each line item therein. Thereafter, at the end of that meeting, if you decide to make changes to the budget, you can lower the budget, you cannot increase it. And whatever you decide at that time, you will adopt at the final hearing, like you have done in the past 20 years in the city of Pahokee. There is no difference this year, and the procedure has all been appropriate. Thank you.
So my next question was, because that's what I wasn't understanding either. So what, Commissioner Bolden, what on your Facebook page were you talking about that the millage rate passed and we're fine and everything is fine?
This isn't a question and answer time for members of the public or individual commissioners, Mr. Mayor, as you know.
Okay, well, let me just rephrase my question then. I guess my question is, if we've, I've heard, they said this passed already. I'm just trying to figure out, why is it on the agenda again as a first read?
It did pass already. I just told you, the trim notice passed. This is the first reading of the ordinance that sets the tentative millage rate for the city.
Right, but that's not information that was put out, Attorney Brandenburg. That's all I'm saying to you.
This is on the city website. All you have to do is go to it and read it. It's on the agenda, passed out this evening.
Attorney, don't get offended. You
I'm
work
not
for
offended.
us.
I'm just pointing it out to you.
No, but what I'm saying to you, I've been attending the meetings, Attorney Brandenburg, Mr. Brandenburg, and you all said that this was approved already. That's the only thing that I'm asking you. Why is it being approved a second time?
For the fourth time tonight, the trim notice was approved. This is something different. This is a
I know what the trim
hearing,
notice is.
first reading on the tentative millage rate. It is different than the trim notice. Do you understand?
Yes, but remember the night that you all was having your extra meeting? Lucas was saying,
I can't answer your question because I've
Commissioner
answered it 5
Perez,
times.
is that how you do the citizens, Commissioner Perez?
Yes, Jesus, please help us. Please, please, please.
So are you all upset because the citizens are asking questions?
You out of,
Citizens, I cannot
Commissioner
understand why,
Perez.
because citizens are asking questions. The commissioners are upset because we as citizens are asking questions.
It's a-
Look at the questions that are being asked over and over and over.
Commissioner Perez, it's a public hearing.
I know, but we need to get on with business. We
It's-
never
it's-
do business because of the same nonsense.
You constantly
go
ask
home.
questions that you don't understand.
You're the one that need to go home asking these dumb questions
Hey,
over and over and
you're
over.
out of order,
because
Commissioner.
you got your strategy.
Can we go on with the
Commissioner
meeting,
Perez,
sir?
you're out of order, man. Commissioner,
I can't believe the commissioners act like this with the citizens.
So the millage rate, say no millage
Believe
increase?
it.
allow,
Believe it. You know me good
let's,
and
let's,
well.
let's allow the public.
You come in here and try to do this. You try to do this. Now you woosah because they're
Commissioner
watching
Perez,
you
you're
when
out
you
of
sit down.
order. You're talking directly to, you're out of order.
Commissioner Perez, please
okay.
stop.
Didn't work.
Please stop. Okay. Mayor, this woman has had her question answered 4 times. Can we move on?
Are there any additional questions to be asked on the public hearing?
Richard Brown, 303 Carissa Ground. I've got a question, and I want you to try to out-talk me, because I'm here to straighten you. I mean, really. The question is there going to be interest on this, the rates?
Interest?
Right.
Okay. As with all taxes that are imposed by the city.
No, I was trying to ask the city manager that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want the answer?
I want the city manager. I don't need you to talk for him.
Interest on your millage rate?
Right. That's a yes or no.
If it's after it's
Not
due.
you, not you. I don't. You ain't.
After
I don't
it's
need that.
due.
You ain't gonna bullet talk me with that. Not you.
Are you afraid I know the
I'm
answer?
asking if you don't shut all these other people with that talk. But
As-
you ain't gonna.
As every
Calm your
citizen,
voice
Yo,
down.
you ain't running this show.
Mayor, could you have your brother removed from this meeting?
as everybody gets their notice, you have a time to hand it in. If you do not, it increases monthly.
Thank you. That was all you had to say.
And if the commission can ever approve this tonight, you'll get that in the mail soon.
Good evening. My name is Everett McPherson, citizen of Pahokee. Just want to read something from one of our commissioners' Facebook page. It says, "Citizens of Pahokee, just wanted to let you know the resolution for the trim is fine."
Trim.
I said trim. Please don't, please. It's fine. Our city is protected. Please understand, I and my fellow commissioners are doing everything possible to make sure our city does things the right way. And I sat to some meetings previously, I watched them on Facebook, where we had our previous city manager pleading to try to get this same issue taken care of. Nobody wanted to listen. Our mayor attempted to call a special meeting to take care specifically for the millage, period. We had commissioners that decided they didn't want to attend. So how is that considered as taking care of business for the city of Pahokee? And when we here discussing something, this post is from July 29th.
And I think that's a travesty and a disservice to our city and our citizens.
I'm going to ask a question at this point, and this may clarify or clear up what may be considered some confusion. What is the difference between trim and a tenant millage rate?
Okay, the trim notice is something the property appraiser sends out. They ask the government to set a millage rate for the trim purpose and send it on a little form back to the property appraiser, and then that allows them to move forward with the printing of their notices and so forth. This is a tentative millage rate, first reading of the ordinance, and then the second reading, you will adopt the final millage rate for the city of Pahokee for the coming year.
What does trim mean? Give me the definition, that wording of that.
It's truth in millage.
Okay. All right. Any additional question from the audience?
I did a public record notice and received an email from Mrs. Warner. And it had the minutes from the Tuesday, July the 27th. And at the bottom, approval of immediate termination of Bernadette Weeks and other things. But resolution 2021-16, is that the one we are talking about now?
No, ma'am.
What is the difference between that and what we are talking about now?
The numbers on the resolution?
Just the number, but is it the same item?
No, it is not.
Okay, but at that time, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, setting the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 21-22 pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statute, together with a rollback rate, established the date and time and place of public hearing to consider the proposed millage rate and the tentative budget for fiscal year 21-22. Providing the direction to the city clerk, providing for an effective date. Approval of resolution 21-16, moved by Commissioner Perez, second by Vice Mayor Boland. Motion carried 3 yeas. Taking place after the video stopped. I want an explanation to what is after the video stopped.
As I indicated.
But please, sir, Mayor, when the video stopped, this is the night that there was so much disruption, and Lieutenant Mudridge told you to adjourn the meeting. He ushered us out. Mr. Brandenburg told these three, Perez, Boland, and Gonzalez, to remain. However, the sheriff's deputy, Lieutenant Mudridge, if I'm saying his name right, said that everybody should get out, and he stood here and ushered us out. Are you saying that after we left out, y'all had a meeting? Was there a meeting after we left out?
May I respond?
Ms. Boland, could you respond since you was the vice mayor?
Mayor, may I respond, please?
No, I want Ms. Boland to respond.
It doesn't matter what you want.
It
Mayor,
don't
may
matter
I
what
respond?
you want to say, Mr. Brandenburg. You are a counsel, and you provide legal counsel to the city.
Thank you.
Ms. Boland is a grown woman. She can speak for herself. Ms. Boland, as the vice mayor of this city, after we left, did y'all have a meeting that y'all approved resolution number 2021-16?
For the third time, may I please explain this, Mayor, so we can move on? This is just nonsense.
Mayor, I'm talking to the vice mayor. As an elected official of this city, she owed it to answer the question either yes or no.
Okay, she doesn't have to answer any of your questions, period. She doesn't have to answer any question, yes or no, at any time from you, and certainly not this evening. Okay, if you'd like me to explain that meeting again for the third time tonight, I will repeat it. But people are getting a little bored with this nonsense. I wondered if we could maybe stop this circus show and get on with the business of the city.
Mayor.
It's a public hearing.
Mayor.
We have an opportunity to ask questions. She's
Okay,
not going to be.
I'm asking a question of the elected officials.
Understand,
Mayor,
just
3
know that
minutes.
she's not answering.
3 minutes.
It
for
don't
public
take me 3 minutes if she
comment.
would answer the question.
Okay.
Or any of, Gonzalez, can you answer the question? Will you answer the question? Did y'all meet after we left out to pass this as the minute states? Ms. Perez, did y'all meet? All right.
How long are you gonna let this go on?
I didn't have the clock
Attorney
running, so-
Brandenburg,
Come on.
did you meet with these 3 commissioners and they passed this after we adjourned?
Finally, I get the answer. Okay. The meeting was not adjourned. The sheriff's office does not have the power to adjourn city meetings. They have to be adjourned by a majority vote of the commission. The sheriff's office, at the direction of the commission, can clear the room so the meeting can continue. That night, the room cleared, the meeting continued, they adopted the trim notice, which for the 5th time tonight is different than the resolution that's on their agenda tonight.
Okay. Then, Mayor Babb, did you adjourn the meeting of this commissioner on that night at the request of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I adjourned.
You adjourned this meeting. When you adjourned this meeting, the business was over. And anything happened after that point, as the citizen was leaving, did not give us an opportunity to speak to whatever they did. And whatever they did is an illegal action in violation of the Sunshine Law. And at that time, Mr. Brandenburg was in dispute. He was hollering over the attorney who was on the diocese, had not been legally fired, and we had so much commotion. The sheriff's office asked you to adjourn the meeting, and you being the mayor of authority did.
Okay.
I just want it to be on record that we are not blind, we are not ignorant, and we're not dumb to what is going on.
Okay.
And as a citizen of this city, we are tired of this foolishness. Too many of our family members are dying every day from COVID. And they right here playing these silly games for their personal gain. I am tired as a citizen doing this and then being threatened. My family been threatened by your friends. I've been threatened to be sued by Mr. Brandenburg because I'm fighting for this city. Whatever gonna happen is gonna happen, but I promise you God's will be done.
Amen to that.
Amen.
So it's been passed already.
Any additional?
According to the
Yeah, according to the minutes, they got minutes for it, so that's why I didn't understand either. So we're doing it again, and having a hearing, we didn't have.
Any additional questions from the audience? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain any motion that the commission may desire.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2021-30.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2021-30. Call for questions. I have one question here. Why are we using the word hereby ratified on section 1 of this resolution? Down to the bottom on the first page.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. My packet's not put together.
I can tell you, Mayor, that that's the same resolution that the city has used for
Every year.
this hearing every year for at least the last 10 years. It has not been changed at all for tonight's meeting. There's no intention to somehow sneak in a word ratify. It makes no difference whatsoever. Where is it located? Which whereas?
Section 1 on the bottom page, section 1 of the
It
resolution.
says the whereas clauses. The statements in the whereas clauses are hereby ratified. It doesn't say anything about ratifying anything previously. It says, foregoing whereas paragraphs are hereby ratified. That's all it says.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
Since this is affecting our citizens, I have to say yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we move to Resolution 2021-31. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, providing for the adoption and funding of the tentative municipal budget in the amount of $7,163,704 for the City of Pahokee for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
City Manager, anything you can add or want to add to that as a brief explanation?
I have Miss Susan here to answer any of the questions or add to anything you may have.
Okay.
She's helped present the budget.
But we'll do this also as part of the public hearing. We'll ask our question once we get to the questions on there. I'm going to open this up for public hearing on Resolution 2021-31. Anybody in the audience want to address the commission, ask any question, or have any comments? Hearing none, I will adjourn our public hearing. And now commissioners having had Resolution 2021-31 properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, and an explanation can be given from our finance person if you have any questions. I'll entertain a motion to your desire. We're going to need a motion to go forward so we can move to a question if needed.
That would be a motion to approve the budget as outlined in Resolution 2021-31.
This resolution will die without a motion. Just let the
Okay,
commission know.
Commissioners, you have to adopt the budget. Come on. We need a motion to approve the budget. You've already gone over this,
Well, there was,
and it needs to be adopted tonight.
there was numbers that we asked for that I did not get. We did not have actual numbers, we had questions.
The woman is here to answer your questions this evening.
Okay,
This needs
that
to be
was-
adopted this evening.
Has to.
So, good evening, Commissioners.
It goes again that, you know, we get this at the last minute. This is a budget.
Ms. Gooding will be able to answer any questions you have.
Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to present your budget for FY22. In the package, there was a section that says Commissioner response from the last budget, and all of the explanation as to what makes up the miscellaneous, all of those were given in the package that was presented to the Commissioner. And it was Commissioner's response, maybe it's to the back of your package. However, I have prepared a presentation, if you like for me to do the presentation.
Please.
I am here to do it.
Let's maybe before that, just go into some specific questions on the building, planning, and zoning protected inspections, regular salaries and wages. The actual for fiscal year 2021 was $117,267. It has went up to $170,940. Did we hire additional employees in that department? That's a big increase there.
So just give me an opportunity so I can open up the
Okay.
detail for you, sir.
Which one are you?
Yeah, what page?
Say it
It don't
again.
give me a page, that's the only thing. It's towards the bike a little, and it's the building, planning, and zoning and protected inspection. And I'm looking at salaries, executive salary. And to me, executive salary, okay, really regular salaries and wages. It may look like somebody been hired or a position has been filled.
She looking for that?
Pam, are you looking for that particular item?
Is it this one?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
To respond, it does show that the salary proposed is $179.40, and I did express to the city manager that the HR director or your director should be here, and she would give the additional personnel, and there was an additional personnel added to that particular department.
Okay.
I didn't hear what she said.
Can you speak up?
Yeah,
So
we
there
can-
was an additional personnel added to that department.
Well, okay. Yeah, I have a question. If it was only 117,267 up, was she added like this week?
No, excuse me. So, Ms. Palanca, do you know, can you speak on who's been added to that department, please? You can stand.
Good evening, Commissioners and
Which one we at?
public.
Building and
There's an
planning.
additional code enforcement officer, like part-time employees. And also the increase is also because part of the top government expense was under comprehensive planning, and we moved some of that money into our department because CAP is doing the planning and is doing the permitting as well. So that's
So
why it's.
from last year to this year, we moved.
Yeah, in comprehensive planning, if you go back
Yeah.
to, I believe it's 515000.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Theirs was 45, and part of that money was moved into planning and zoning because we end up using more money than what we need to pay CAP.
Okay, it says that,
So you will
If-
see the increase under the professional fees under comprehensive planning. So
and you're
that
saying
money-
it was 45?
It was 45 before, and then we moved some of it, or almost all of it, out. Because we're not using that
But
comprehensive
You
planning.
can't just move money from one department to another without an adjustment to the budget, can you?
The budget I'm speaking on tonight, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, is the FY '22 budget.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm
These are
asking,
proposed.
I'm asking.
So these are just your, yes, this is a budget
Because I
that you...
I don't see 45 in budget year 24-5. There's no actual numbers for any of that. It just says little slashes. So I don't see where the 45 is.
Under comprehensive planning, I believe I saw it, Ms. Susan.
That's the one I'm looking at.
I don't have the budget as a whole, but some of that money was moved into planning and zoning this year.
So if you have, if a budget is in one department, Vice Mayor, and you move it to another department within the year, yes, we have to bring it back to the commission to say, I'm decreasing this department and I'm
Right.
increasing. And that will be a budget amendment for FY 2021.
But that wasn't done.
For
We never
So for
brought that up.
FY,
It's a proposed one.
so, excuse me, so for FY 2021, you have 60 days after the close of your fiscal year to amend your prior year's budget. And there are a couple of budget amendments that needs to be done, line item to be moved, money that you receive extra for the FY 2021. So you have until November 30th to do that budget amendment for fiscal year 2021.
And how would we know if they did that, if they moved money from
It
one?
will be coming forth to you, and it will be indicated moving from this department, now in this department.
Okay, but I guess my question again is comprehensive planning, there's no actual numbers in comprehensive planning for 2020 or 2021.
Well, unable to provide that number to you since your department, your finance department went down to one individual person, and the one individual person, we have not caught all the way up to where we need to be to give you those actual numbers. So that's why I stated for FY 2021, there are a couple budget amendments that need to be done, a budget amendment that needs to be done so you can see the actual number. So coming in, and the city manager can speak, came in, asked us to sit in the seat, please prepare a budget for FY 2022 and get us caught up. Preparing the budget for FY 22, please give us time to get caught up on the FY 21 so we can present that to you.
If I may say, when I first got here, the books hadn't even been reconciled up until April. So Ms. Gooding was good enough to catch us up, and I believe that was up until last Friday, late evening, putting this budget together. There was a lot of catching up to do. We have one person in Finance Department. We're down 5 in City Hall.
Okay, I have.
Nonetheless, I mean, there's no
I-
numbers there, so, and she's saying 45,000 last year, and it's showing 24,500. So I'm a little confused by the numbers, that's all.
I have another question under the Community Economic Development Department. Last year, we budgeted for a salary of $55,000. This year, it's $58,500, an increase of $3,500 a year. In addition to that, it appears that, I imagine the interim city manager is planning on hiring an additional staff for $50,000. This department went up for a total of $110,000 in salary. So I'm just wondering, is that the case? Is a new employee that you're planning on hiring? And are you paying the incoming community development director because we fired the previous one, we giving a new employee an increase, and we bringing on additional staff in that department?
I believe they all had an increase.
Okay.
That's why you're going to see increases across the board.
Okay, and then we got a $50,000 salary as a second position in that department. I know Ms. Adam was working there, I believe, by herself. I'm just asking, are we hiring an additional staff?
Yes.
My understanding, there's 2 people in that role. We plan on getting 2 people.
There's been 2 people in that role for a couple of years now.
Okay. And who's the second person, you know?
Second person was
Sophia
Nelson was the second person.
So it's 2 brand-new people that are going to be hired for those 2 positions then, basically?
2 replacement positions.
I hope so.
Okay.
So
So I have a question. What was Sophia Nelson's job? What was she employed as?
That was prior to me, community development.
And she worked for 15,000?
She also worked on grants somewhere. It's a big job, the grant department. We actually, my department, AJ's department, all the departments really function on because of revenue for the city. We need a good grants department to be successful. So those 2 ladies kind of the ones that helped us bring in revenue for all our departments. So some of them worked on some of the bigger projects, and some of them had dealings with me and a smaller grant for the after-school care programs or sports programs and stuff. So those 2 positions are definitely needed. stuff.
Buses,
So what were the
transportation.
two ladies?
It was Sophia Nelson and John Adams were in that department. And
Okay,
they've been
so
there for a couple of years now.
who came up with the numbers that to get these two people, 58.5 and 50,000 is what we're going to have to pay?
So these numbers were not pulled out of the air. These were provided by your HR director. Unfortunately, she's not here tonight to explain. So sitting in this seat, commissioners, doing my very best, and what was provided to me, I presented to you, and I'm presenting. I'm glad to explain the numbers that they have been provided to me. I did direct the interim city manager to have all directors here so they can answer questions, understanding the lateness of the hour and where we are. So we can get that detail for you, Vice Mayor, tomorrow, where the HR director can then state how she came up. And it could be a competitive rate that was out there.
I do believe Mr. Lucas had given individual raises prior to me coming.
Okay.
Is this the increase on the executive salary on the human resources?
He gave some staff an increase because they take on double roles until we can fill those positions. And I believe it was correct.
Are they going to be adjusted in once the position is filled?
Yes, absolutely.
Remember, for the budget, we want to also go back to what Mr. Thompson was saying about the books not being reconciled. But let's just put on record that they was reconciled up until April. You got to remember that your finance director left in June. So it's not like the work wasn't being done.
April, May, June, she had 3 months.
I said it was reconciled in June. We didn't have no one after April. We didn't have no one. It was reconciled as of April. She left in June. So he said it wasn't reconciled to when? From up to what, April?
Up until April.
Okay, so April was done. And May and June.
May, June, July, August,
So,
and
right,
now
so but she
September.
left in June. So you wouldn't have one for the rest of it till you get another finance director. If she left before, they could be reconciled again.
If you want to call it reconcile, put the numbers in here.
Okay, so the other night when you were here, and we asked you for the explanation for things like other charges, that kind of thing, where is that?
So at the back of your, I don't have your package, there is a that says Commissioner Respond.
This one? This blue thing?
No, ma'am. I think it's in the package.
That's the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
And it says that on the top, or?
In the back of your book, she has,
she's there tonight.
yeah, she outlined everything from the Avalon all the way to, yeah, it's 2 pages of what was asked.
These pages, I'm so sorry, they don't have numbers. Commissioner Morgan, can you tell them what section?
The
after
last
what
page.
number?
Yeah, it's the last pages of the budget.
There's some detailed notes as to what makes up the taxes, what makes up miscellaneous, what makes up all of these other things, and how they were organized, and
Okay, I don't know about anybody else, but, I mean, I understand what miscellaneous revenue is, but I was asking in the budget, in a department, if it says miscellaneous revenue or other services,
So it all
specific to that
depends.
department,
Okay,
what was
sure.
it?
Good. So if we're in community development and you're asking what other charges are, and that's item 360, that has to do with meetings. It says community development meeting material, it says FedEx, and it says GTAC meeting. So I'm assuming it's some kind of governmental.
The GTAC or
Okay.
this thing is,
That's what those are.
food and other stuff.
What
Those are the
would,
ones that happen at the marina.
what would help me, just for backup information, if you could provide at some date the percentage increase of any line item, especially if it's over 5%. I'm gonna just give you an example. In human resource, last year was budgeted at 52, this year 62. A 10% increase in that would have been a $5,000 increase, 5,200. This is a $10,000 increase, so we're talking about maybe a 15% increase in salary, and I'm just looking at one particular place, but it's like that throughout this budget.
Okay, understand, sir, and I promise to do that. Please give me some time to do that for you. And any line item that went over 5% or more, I will tell you what caused it. Either an increase in salary, most of the increase in your operating budget is due to things increasing, costs increasing. If you're attending conference, you're going back to conference, then those things are now
Right,
incorporated.
and that's why I say
Yes.
at least 5%, because it gives you kind of stand that you know things gonna go up.
Correct.
But I'm looking at anything from 10 to 15 to 18%. That's a red flag that we definitely need to know
So you want
what
anything
caused
10 and
it.
above? Is that what you're saying, Mayor?
Why
10
not
and
just do
above?
them all, and then we can just know?
Okay. I think, by all means, please give us an opportunity
Mayor.
to do the
Okay. Mayor.
percentage, but I would have to get, compare to prior year, and then I can give you an explanation. But
I
just
do-
like everything else, it takes time.
I do believe the previous interim city manager handed out some individual raises. That may be a part of those increases, but we can find that out for you.
Yes.
Okay, under human resources,
Sure.
where it says other charges, we adopted in 1920, $520, and in 2021, $677. We actually spent $677, and then this year we're proposing $5,200.
So
For what?
this is the budget as prepared by the HR director. That's a question for her, but nonetheless, I do know what other charges. It says the ID machine and HR software.
ID, what's an ID machine?
She would have to tell you exactly what that is. I don't know if it's ID where and the new employee come in and they take your pictures. She said she knows. Okay, you know, the clerk knows.
Okay, so each department does have other charges. Up under other charges for the human resources, you'll see sometimes we run out of money when we're doing legal advertisement. She's advertising positions and funding is short. That money that she needs, she can pull from other charges. As well as your department. Sometimes you guys order badges and different things that you need to order for the commission. It will come from other charges. Professional, it doesn't come from professional. Professional is when we're paying for different services for you guys. So other charges will be different things that you may have came up throughout the year. It's not going to be the same every year.
Specifically for the HR department, I am looking at the detail. It says ID machine, and I guarantee the ID will be ID for new employees coming in. Either they lost it, and it says HR software.
I believe-
$2,700 for ID machine, $2,500 for HR software, $5,200.
I believe that has to do with the IDs and automated door locks.
Okay. All I'm asking is that when, again, I don't know how much more I can say it, when it says other charges and you have an explanation, if you just put a little parentheses there and say this is what other charges are, I'm gonna say, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me, and I'm not gonna ask. But otherwise, I'm gonna ask every time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Warner, as the clerk, I provided you with the detail of this budget, and in each department, tomorrow morning, please copy the bottom that says expenditure detail, and it has what 310 mean, 360, 367, it has all of that. Could you please do that for me? Mr. Warner, based on, and Ms. Polanco, okay? Based on the Excel I presented to you, and each department, there's a section underneath there that details what those codes mean. Please copy it, yes, and could you get a copy to the commissioners?
Well, this one applies pretty much to.
Okay.
This is only one copy.
Department, okay,
But it
no problem.
applies pretty much to my department.
Okay, no
And
problem.
they are all a little different because
Yes.
we all use different supplies, different items, depending on the needs of our department.
Yeah, so, but I have provided you with it, So please make a copy and clip it together and give all of the commissioners. I'm sorry that it was not included in your package tonight.
I don't have other charges.
Okay. So, Ms. Blanco, is line 310 professional services, is that the 45 that you said that you moved over to your department?
Under protective inspections,
No, professional services?
professional services, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. That's where it went, okay. Do we know if there are any others that they moved, like 40?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. Do we know if there's any others where they moved 10, 20, 30,000 from another
No,
department?
I cannot tell you that right now, but you know, as I stated to the mayor, I will go to each department and anything 5% or more, and we'll see the movement.
Okay,
And we'll
thank you.
give you the explanation for that, ma'am.
She said 45 is what they moved. It says they actually spent, yes. It says they actually spent 47,968, so I assume you had the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's,
They can pull the difference from
Okay. So we're totally pulling it out this year out of comprehensive
Profession.
planning and putting it into this
Inspection.
department, and then they won't have to worry about moving it back
Correct.
and forth. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And under roads and streets, I'm sorry, I have
That's okay,
contractual services, 489,600. What is that? Under roads and streets, Department 541000, and it's line item 340.
That's the garbage people.
So that's your, I have a big, somebody call a contractual service for Big Dog Express.
Big dog, that's big dog.
Oh, okay, big dog. Okay, thank you.
Says Big Dog
Okay.
Express.
All right.
Should that increase? So that's a contract.
So yeah, that's what the number that was told to me to put in roads and streets as I was preparing the budget. So I'm not sure if he's doing more work, but that's exactly. If he does less work, then less budget will be spent.
I thought his
That's
contract was
projected, I
like
mean, it's spent.
360 or something, wasn't it?
That's what Big Dog Express.
Isn't his contract like?
Is there
For
more
your
than one?
information, I'm trying to look out for the city. I want to know why it's more, in case, yeah, Tam.
I was speaking to you.
You weren't speaking to me, but you're speaking that you thought that I couldn't speak on it. That's it? I'm not voting
You don't
on
have to
it.
speak to me though.
Yes.
Excuse, Mr. Pickney is the direct, okay, the young man is right there. So if there is a contract or any other contract on the roads and street, please provide it to me so I can detail it out and present it to the commissioners. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Polanco?
I know I am not the director of his department, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the contract has year one increase of such certain percentage, year 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's gonna go up.
Some contracts go like that, and they increase
Thank you.
until the 5 years are over.
And we know that's the correct number, and we looked at the contract to make sure.
I don't know, but I'm assuming that.
That's
Ms.
what was
Susan got the
provided
numbers.
to me.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
she's
can
the one
only
that
get it.
could answer that.
So that was provided to me.
And I know it's a small thing, but I thought we did away with special pay. It says $100, and I was just curious, did somebody win like the thing of the month or something?
What
or-
department it is? Because
I'm
I
sorry,
remember.
same department, roads
Which
and
one?
streets.
Okay, I
It said
remember.
last year we,
There was only one department where someone said yes, something. I don't know why, I don't know if they get a bonus or an incentive or what.
No.
But I was told to put $100 there. I was told.
Because I thought they said we had to do away with that or something, right?
As a matter of fact, if you look under that same roads and streets, we had the $100 for FY '21, but it's not budgeted for FY '22.
Right, right.
Okay?
I just want to make sure.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
And, okay, under the rec department for the city, line item 367, where we budgeted last year 3560, we actually spent 4290. Why are we only budgeting 3,000 on that line? If we actually spent more than that last year, why wouldn't we budget that amount? And what is other charges? Oh, I'm sorry, under rec department city, line item 367.
So on the rec city, other
Yes, ma'am.
charges could be ADT, Nestle Pure Life, I don't know what they do with that, Miller Print, business card, new image. So maybe they anticipated not getting any business card, so the charges. That, as the director, he said, bring that down to 3,000. So we reduced what was there in prior year. So it could be maybe they have enough business card, or maybe they're not doing the Nestle Pure Life. I don't know what that Nestle Pure Life means, but, and print cards and all different stuff.
Well, I also budget, we want to look at also security for the facility. As of right now, we don't have any cameras on site. Other charges would be if I could find something in that range or whatever. So,
Okay,
we're
so
just
like to put
projecting-
cameras around or something?
We would like to
Okay.
put cameras and stuff around the facility.
Thank you.
Didn't we discuss about the security cameras?
Huh?
I mean, this was during Lucas, we discussed the security cameras, didn't we? Because I brought it to his attention. I'm sorry?
Not for Parks and Rec.
Oh, so that wasn't including them? I thought it was for everyone.
I don't know.
Under contract janitorial services.
Yeah, contract janitorial service for, we don't have a janitor as of right now, or maintenance for my department or the parks. And also under contract services, Centos, which is the organization that brings in supplies for sanitation, dust mop, stuff like that, and also for cleaning of buses and vehicles for sanitation. So that's what's under contract service.
Okay. Under rec department, PVC, we're not proposing anything? No numbers at all?
That was a mistake. I misspoke to Ms. It's supposed to be 68. She asked me about the lost grant. The lost grant is from 2019, but we still receive funds from ELC, Palm Beach County Youth Services, and another organization. So it should be what it was last year.
Okay, so our proposed budget should be 114,145? And all the numbers,
I thought it was 78 or 68 something last year.
yeah, I'm sorry, it says salaries 68.6, but then it says actual 68.76. Total personnel, travel and per diem, contributions and sponsorships, program supplies.
So, let me.
Contributions and sponsors, another question beforehand. That's usually donations and stuff that we'll receive for our sports programs and stuff like that, or contributions, or for us to get the program started.
No, this is expenditure, so it wouldn't be a contribution you're getting in, right? It'd be what you spent.
Well, it's usually that's the contribution part. It's the startup of our sports programs.
Okay, so you take the contribution in, then you
Use that
buy whatever. Okay, so is that gonna change the budget because there's nothing in this line for proposed budget at all?
So
And
he's now
saying-
stating that he misspoke and told me not to put anything in there. So if he's
Oh, I thought
not-
you said we were carrying these numbers over. I'm
So
sorry.
that's what he's
I
saying.
can't hear
He's
with these damn mouths.
He
going.
stated that he told Miss Susan that, oh, that we lost the grant, and he misspoke and told me not to put anything in there. But if this is something that we want to add now, it will change your budget when I come back for the second
Do
reading.
we need to add this, Mr. Pinckney?
Huh?
Do we need to add this then?
I need what I had last year, yes, not to affect the staff and stuff.
Okay, so that's going to change
So
the
that's
budget.
going to change that.
Okay, so basically, are we carrying over then the actual numbers, or are we
You can carry over the budgeted numbers.
the budgeted numbers? Okay. And then under the Parks Department, wouldn't the park ranger be under salary for the Parks Department? Okay, there's no salary here.
Was the park ranger a new person you were going to put for this year? There was no new employees added for this year. So if that is something you
The park
guys.
ranger was added midway through last year's budget. I have to ask.
Okay.
Mr. Wayne said at the time that was what he wanted to hire. There was other discussion too, because we have the gym now open, and we also open more hours on Saturdays. There was also talk about adding more positions for that department to help out with evenings and weekends and stuff like that. But I guess we'll readjust that or rehash that during the next fiscal.
So what department is she being paid through?
Right now,
with the actuals?
she's actually being split between me and AJ. The bulk of it comes from my department. A piece of it comes from the department.
Okay, the city, the rec department city pays her the bulk of it, and then AJ's department.
So I'm
Okay.
asking the
So
question.
what's the amount that would go into this? What does she get paid?
We're still discussing that. I was speaking to Mr. Thompson because we were looking at making her more full-time to cover more hours on.
Yeah, but what did she get paid, like, previously?
Previously, I think she was part-time. She was making between $25,000 and $26,000 a year.
Part-time, oh, good job. Under this non-departmental, what were professional fees that are now going from $5,880 last year to $20,800 this year?
What
So,
department?
I have that.
Non-departmental?
Non-departmental. So under that, we have the Palm Beach Sheriff MLK Parade. You have MLK Supplies, you have Holiday Display for the city, and then you have the MLK Entertainment underneath that particular.
Okay, why wouldn't that be in community development?
This is where, the non-departmental covers the entire city, so this is where it was in the prior year. So if you're asking to direct to move it over to that particular one, but it was in this department, in the prior year budgets.
It just seems to me if it's community stuff that it should be under community
Well,
development.
I think, yeah, MLK, you can put it anywhere. It could be non-department
Yeah.
as well as community department. So they
Okay.
choose to put it under non.
And then other charges at City Hall?
So let's see what that entails. It's your ADT security, your shed machine, your, I don't know what the Nestle Pure Life Direct membership for the town of Lantana. You have the print cartridge, you have Civic Plus.
Or what
annual
to
renewal.
Lantana?
I'm sorry?
What to Lantana?
There's a liner here that says membership for the, I don't know if there's a chamber there, town of Lantana, maybe there's a committee there or something like that. This
I
is
don't know
was
what that is.
detailed
Does
underneath
anybody know what that is?
Says membership for the town of Lantana.
Yeah, I can't imagine why we would be a member of the town
I
of
don't know.
Lantana. Do
But
you
it's
know how much
also
that is?
It's also for Christmas donation, your Tri-City Prom sponsorship. I see,
Tri-City Barbecue.
yeah, I see, I'm just reading what the detail were.
No, the Tri-Cities Barbecue is somewhere else
That's
on
somewhere
there.
else, yes.
Yeah.
It says Civic Plus, it says the annual renewal for IT. Since IT was a contractual department, nothing was there, you ordered the contractual services. So the annual renewal for your IT software, IT was also under non-departmental, under other charges, Commissioner.
Okay.
And do you have the amount for the membership for the?
I will check that out, ma'am. This is what was listed there, and I will go into the detail to find out what, if that was paid or that was just a missed time. But I could go ahead and find that out for you, Commissioner. Please give us the chance to do that.
And then under electric services, we're budgeting 15, but last year we only paid 76.61. Wouldn't that stay pretty consistent?
So looking at that budget so far, Commissioner, you don't have the actual as you stated. Just doing a quick glance at it, it was more than the 7,000. It was closer to the 15. So that's why the budget of 15 was there, is there.
Excuse me?
I said, looking at the actual for that department, what was charged, it was closer to 15,000 rather than the 7,000. So the budget estimated for FY22 went to 15.
So why do we have 76.61 here?
That's what was budgeted, and I know it was stated that there was only a reconciliation up to April. We have how many more months to go? And looking at the projection, it will get closer to 15
Okay.
rather than 7.
And what on line 432 is East Beach water assessment for 246?
So that is named each beach water assessment, and from looking at the detail, I think that was the water and wastewater service that was under that particular line item.
Why would it be under East Beach water assessment?
It says Palm Beach County Water Utilities. That's the name that was given to the line item. Remember, Commissioner, I am coming in and I'm meeting these line items. I cannot,
Okay, so that's water, right?
yeah, that's your water
Okay.
charges.
Ms. Susan,
Yes, Solange?
can I answer that one? That's, on our tax bills, there come some assessments and some taxes. And the assessments are like Water Control District, Palm Beach County School Board. So the East Beach is the Water Control District, the portion of the taxes.
Okay, but why would it be tied to 246 East Main?
I believe that was the original name because that was the only account that we used to be charged assessments because it was a rental and we were not exempt. But what they did is they put all the water control districts in that one. But the 246 title should be taken off.
Okay.
But, you guys paid the taxes, but we paid the taxes to the city. So why was it budgeted?
We still had to pay them and take them out of that account because it wasn't just 246. It was the marina. We got asset charges because we were leasing it. We still got those charges, so they were all coming out of that one. And that wasn't the only property. I know what you mean because the taxes were passed over to you guys and then they were being reimbursed to the city. But we still had to charge them there in that account at one point.
So you have a line item where you received it?
When we received it back, they will reverse the charges for 246 East Main Street. But the rest of the rental or the rest of the assessments, we're still going into that account. but they should change the name instead of saying 246. It should just be East Beach Water Control District.
So we have one more round for this, and you'll make those changes?
Yes, based
Okay.
on the department that the Parks Director stated, those additional expenditure will be added for you, so the budget should change. Or the budget will remain the same, we just may have to adjust others because the revenue is not going anywhere. So most likely
Okay.
the expenditures are gonna come down.
Under, I believe it was under revenues, and I'm looking for it now. I saw where it said, rent from Thale, and we were budgeting, yeah, here it is, okay. Budgeted revenues, yes ma'am. Okay, so it's line 362,600.
Yeah, THALLE, is that the name of a department, the name of a place?
No, that's a company that's gone, isn't it? Isn't that the group that was down there on that piece of land down there at the end of town? On Bacon Point?
Fail construction.
Right, but they're gone, so we won't get 8,500
Are they gone?
next year.
They're gone.
That was not told to me, ma'am.
Yeah, so that needs to come off because we're not going to get it. It's a schedule of budgeted revenues, it says general fund. It's like more toward the front. And then, under Everglades Prep, the rent, don't we have a lease with them? Wouldn't it be a set number? Why did, we budgeted 35,438, we got 29,907, and we're budgeting 35,438 again.
Well, you know, the fiscal year is not finished yet, so 29 is what we got so far. It may go up to.
Okay,
Okay?
but
We have a couple more months.
35 is what their
Their lease
contract says? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And the same, I guess, with Lutheran Services then, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then we don't have any numbers under cheerleader registration, track registration, or Orange Bowl sponsorship. We didn't have any numbers for baseball, basketball. No actual numbers?
Not yet. I know the
Okay.
summertime is exactly when those things happen.
Provide them some sports we didn't have last year because of COVID. So
Correct.
Okay,
Some, so, but I'll give Susan those numbers once.
okay. And Early Learning Coalition that we're budgeting, that we're gonna take in 28,000, that's a grant?
Yeah.
Okay, that we normally get year after year? Because it's not on here for the other years, that's why I was asking.
Well, yes.
Okay.
That's what we're projecting.
And the CBDG grant, we're budgeting 44,866, but it says we only got 8,095. Do we know we're gonna get more money than that?
CDBG?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're anticipated to get that, Vice Mayor. However, again, as I stated, you will get where it actually is, that revenue. And most of those revenue, you have to apply for them, and then you give it back. CDBG is a reimbursement.
It's reimbursed monthly, and we were behind till November. We just caught it up.
Okay, so that's why we didn't get the 44 that we thought we were gonna get.
We haven't been reimbursed since November.
Okay, are we gonna get reimbursed?
Yes.
Okay,
We had
great.
staff pull together and take over that role and get the information required from the county and was able to submit it. I personally drove it to Palm Beach and delivered it. So we will be reimbursed for those disbursements from last November.
And the paperwork hadn't been done since November of
No.
last year?
No.
Oh,
Whose responsibility is that?
Miss Adams.
she was great.
I'd like to commend Ms. Polanco, Ms. Ramsey, and our city clerk for pulling together and get that information together as needed and submitted to the county so we can be reimbursed for those funds and we won't be wrote up closing out that grant because it could affect the year coming up.
Good work, lady.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, I see. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong line. I think that's all I have.
On the cemetery, on operating supplies, no, I think that's the fuel. We have, the budget is to when, September?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we used 2,700 last year, and we're projecting 7,000 for the next year, and what fuel for what?
So again, Commissioner, all of the numbers are not there. We are projecting that by the time we close out September, it will be closer to 7,000 rather than what is currently here at 2,794.
7,000?
That's because a couple months are not out. I know the city manager stated.
Commissioner,
I don't know.
it's
From
ordered,
April, you're counting from April again?
it's bought in bulk.
Yeah.
So large sums come at one time.
Fuel, right? Yeah.
Yeah, fuel.
They finna order some now.
So it may be $3,000 at one time.
Yeah.
And you use it for the heavy equipment, for
The backhoe, the mowers, and there is a vehicle out there when it runs.
Okay, maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. Under Capital Project Fund, it says local discretionary sales surtax, but there's no numbers there. Isn't that the surtax that we get? Shouldn't it be on that line, or is it somewhere else in here?
The surtax is collected in Fund 100 Special Revenue, and then it's transferred into the Capital Project Fund so that the expenditure can take place.
Okay, but it doesn't show any being transferred? I mean, no proposed budget for it last year and no transfer?
So, as I said, if there's going to be a transfer in, ma'am, remember, we have not caught up to everything yet, okay?
If I could, Commissioners, I know you have a lot of pressing questions. This is not the final budget. I know you got it kind of late too. If we can kind of maybe refer some of the additional questions to our next meeting, and prior to that, maybe get together with the finance director or the city manager for some additional input. To be honest, my major concern with this budget as it stands is salaries, and it's our top level employees. And I just want to make this comment, and I'm through with my comments for the budget. our city attorney, the previous city attorney was making $81,600. Our current city attorney is making $100,000. That's $18,400 more than the previous city attorney. Our current interim city manager, our previous permanent city manager with many years of experience in governmental work, starting salary was $100,000. Our current interim city manager salary is equivalent to $120,000. Yet we criticize the previous staff for making too much money, but we pass in these, what I consider high salaries, and not really talking about those. The city clerk, no disrespect, we budgeted in 2021 $52,000 for that position. The city clerk currently will be making $72,000. That's a $20,000 increase in salary. And lastly, the finance director will be making $80,000, but there is no increase in that position, which is good. It's steady at $80,000. But those are four positions that's making quite a bit. I know Belglade have bumped up their employee salary. Everybody's making $15 an hour. And we still got employees making, I believe, less or close to 10, 11. Those are the individuals. Some of those salaries need to be passed on to the lower end individuals. A $100,000 salary for a city manager, to me, that's a full-time, I'm sorry, let me go back to the city attorney. That's a full-time city attorney, $100,000. That's not a part-time person. You know, that's an attorney that's working for a city full-time, 40 hours a week. Interim, there's never been a city attorney that's been elected official for less than a year. That's a high salary. That's just my concern. That's just high.
So you're saying that the employees not getting a raise?
They're getting a raise. I'm saying we got employees that's on the bottom end of the scale, whether they're in public works or wherever they are. I always encourage, let's move up. The trend is in the United States is to have people make a living wage, and a living wage is at least $15 an hour. So still paying these high salaries at the top, let's spread some of the wealth down to some of our lower paying employees and bring them up at least $15 or close to that if we can. And I use Belglade as an example. I think every employee in Belglade now make at least $15 an hour. We got 29 people, so we're not talking about a whole lot of staff. 29 staff, and we got half of them really on the low end. I know it could be manual labor, whatever you want to call it, but they still out there in the hot sun working a day's work for less than a day's pay.
I have a question, Mayor. I may be out of order. How do you make the employees who've been working with this city for that long?
We got to get through with this, and that was just, if the commission pleasure, if you will, because we do have some items normally due to our order of procedure, we try to end at 9, but we did say we're going to finish this meeting, but just out of respect for staff and the public, let's see if we can move on, if we can, and wrap up the budget, because we got another chance to at least address that before it's finally approved.
I guess I have a couple of questions about the cemetery revenues that we're projecting. I mean, it's awful to say, but I mean, they probably had the busiest year they've ever had. And we're not showing that. The actual to-date, year-to-date, like on vault service, 25 50, and we're projecting 5,000. Vault service, cremation fees, 3,000, and we're projecting 7. Sale of memorials, we're projecting 43, and we actually took in 7. I don't get the numbers. I mean, if we had that big year last year and we didn't take in anywhere near those numbers, how are we figuring we're going to take in those numbers this year?
So, Commissioner, Vice Mayor again, these actual year-to-date, they are not all the way up until the month of August, September. Please give me an opportunity to bring it back, and you will be able to see once the year is closed and we do your budget amendment, you will see where many of these will be adjusted because more revenues have come in.
Okay.
And that's what will be done, and that's why you do a budget amendment.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's what I understood.
Thank you.
So under the Marina Campground, we're going to transfer $136,105 in to make that solvent this year, correct?
Correct, and I think that has been a trend, and based on what you voted on tonight, I see that going forward, that may be less and less and less as you have people taking use of the campground and people coming to your restaurants.
If we closed the doors, we'd save $250,000. Unbelievable. Okay.
Okay. Are there any quick last questions? If not, I would hope that we can just move forward. So we do have a few more items on the agenda to take care of. Okay. Hearing none, we thank you for that assistance. This,
Please remember to vote.
He already opened and closed.
So do we need
okay, next we have.
Did you vote, Mayor?
We need to vote on that
Please remember to
resolution.
vote.
Yeah.
Did we make a resolution to adopt it? Did we make a motion to do that?
We haven't had anything yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, we'll move now to this commission pleasure on resolution 2021
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt
31.
resolution 2021-31 with the changes that we've talked about.
Second it.
I don't know if they caught changes that you needed other than requesting some additional information.
No, there were things that.
That will come back to your second reading.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden, and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption on first reading 2021-30 with the changes that was requested. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for?
What was the inter-fund transfer for general fund to the marina and campground? What is that for?
You want me to, Mayor, you want me to answer that?
Yes, sir.
It's an enterprise fund. It's supposed to fund itself. And when it doesn't, you have to transfer funds over to make it solve. So it's not making enough money.
Doesn't make enough and make 120 and it costs
So as we move
$250
forward
to
with the
run.
Muck Tavern, I see that going away.
Okay.
Okay, next we have, yes, you had an additional question?
No, I'm
Okay, thank you. Next we have ordinance 2020.
We haven't voted. We got to vote.
We didn't vote on it.
Been moved and properly second. No additional questions. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2021-31 passes by unanimous vote. Next, now we'll move to ordinance 2021-05. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, modifying Article 2, Section 2-26, City Commission meetings generally, compensation and expense allowance for City Commission, attendance at meeting by telephone or other electronic means, order of business, City Commissioners, votes recorded on ordinances and resolutions, order votes required to pass resolutions, clerk designated custodian, duties removing or withholding from custodian, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinance, providing for effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, you have anything you can add or want to add to clarify or on this resolution?
I do not. It's the second reading. Do you have any additional questions in the first reading?
Thank you. I have one before. This is a public hearing, so we're going to open it up to the public. But prior to that, previously when we entertained a ordinance similar to this, when we had an opportunity to look at it, review it, and make any recommendation we thought needed to be changed. It appears that the commission has a major problem with the previous one for some reason. My only real concern is I still see the mayor's report has been eliminated. And I know that the city attorneys say, well, the mayor, just like anybody else, he can speak when the other commissioners speak, but I just want to bring to his attention this year in March, actually next year in March, this city will be 100 years old, and the mayor's report has always been there. It's been the first report of the three reports, because I believe it's the most important one of the three, because it's a commission meeting, and the mayor is the presiding officer. But this public, although they may have a chance to speak, and most of them are gone, gonna see this as a attempt to mug the mayor, to kind of shut him up as much as possible, and that's unfortunate. I don't think any other commission that I'm aware of that don't include a report from the mayor, and it's sad that this attorney would recommend that type of outline as far as the order of business. And that's just my personal opinion on it.
Mayor, may I respond briefly, sir? The vast majority of cities in Palm Beach County and around the state of Florida do not have a separate report by the mayor unless the government is a strong mayor government like West Palm Beach or Palm Beach County, which has a charter. Miami-Dade does, Pinellas, a few other counties, none of the others do. The vast majority of them all have comments by commissioners, which each commissioner is allowed to make their comments. And the mayor generally in all of those communities goes last and says all the comments that the mayor wants to make at that meeting. That is the way it is in other communities I've represented. That's the way it is in the vast majority of the over 40 communities
So
in Palm Beach
the
County.
vast majority, what percentage you feel that is?
95%.
I doubt that, but I'll review that.
Yes, sir.
and see.
Please do.
Yeah,
I'll be happy to provide you that information.
I would wish you would.
I'll be happy to.
Okay.
My question is, Mayor, well, on that same note, Mr. Bramer, why is it the big change now? You was here, what you say, 15 years, and it was on there? So what's the big, why is it a problem now to have it there when it was on there previously? What's the, and you say it during the whole time
Commissioner
before.
Murphy, it's totally up to this commission. If this commission tonight wants to add in matters by the mayor as a separate item, it can do so tonight by just a majority vote. Otherwise, it'll be adopted as it's
Yeah,
listed.
we already informed them to do that, so the question still stands, what was the problem then, now, and wasn't a problem then? We know you already confront them of what to do on this. That's okay.
I would be happy to
So-
answer your question if you'd like me to. And that is the charter of the city specifically says the mayor of the city has no authority beyond the other commissioners other than acting as the ceremonial head of this commission, signing documents, and a couple other ministerial things. That's all the mayor has.
Let me say this too. You know, the mayor's salary is twice as much as the regular commissioners because of the responsibility that the mayor has. And I'll say my report, even if at the end, even if it lasts, I'll still get in the mayor report. But I'm telling you the reflection on this community, that's their understanding and that's my understanding of what you're attempting to do. So
Mayor,
it's no big deal. But
yes,
like
sir.
you say, the three commissioners can actually add that to it, but we know that more than likely is not going to occur. So we'll move on. I'm going to open up this session just quickly for public comments on this particular ordinance. This is the second reading of it. Any resident wish to address the commission and make comments? Just state your name and address for the record.
Otis Harvey, 1940 Bell Park Road. First of all, I like to say, I did my research about how these meetings supposed to be conducted in this type of chamber. The mayor is the man of the hour. He is the ruler. The commissioners supposed to, if you want to ask the commissioner any questions, they're obligated to answer through the mayor or you. Then you could get them permission to talk to people if they ask them any questions. And if they don't want to answer it, they don't have to. But if they want it, you got the right to give them the permission to answer any question. And the city attorney do not supposed to rule the meeting. You don't supposed to rule, you don't supposed to overrule the meetings. You're not the rule setter, you're not the trend setter, you're not none of that. You just a city attorney. You're supposed to advise them of the rights for the city. Not tell them what to do, what decisions to make, none of that. That's not your job, Mr. Brandenburg. And you cause most of the corruption in this building. And I mean, you know, since the last meeting that we had, I mean, a couple of things went fine, you know, went great. It gotten better, but it's still the same old drag. Disrespect. This man is the head of household. He conduct and control all attitudes. If I'm sitting over here being disrupted, he got the authority to ask the sheriff's department to ask me to leave. That's anybody get out of order. It don't matter if you sit up here or sit out there. You got to sit in your seat. If they ask you to leave because of your disruption or your bad ginger, you got to respect all that. And that's what I want to see in this place, because that's the problem here. Ain't nobody trying to do what's right for the city as a whole. Everybody pulling this way, pulling that way, this way. We ain't gonna go nowhere. We're going backwards. We keep going over and over and over the same thing. I mean, we getting rid of people in places that we really need to be having them here to tell other people that if you're gonna get rid of a person, you know what I mean, you know, you got to know what's going on in that position before you decide to get rid of. That's why we run it empty. Everybody can't do 2 jobs, get 2 pays. Y'all need to get it together in here, man. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the advice on how to do the job that I've been doing for 42 years in various municipalities and counties around the state. Thank you.
See, that's the same point. Arrogancy. Your arrogancy. I'm just a citizen. I'm just a citizen here in Pahokee, being concerned. And I mean, you still doing it. You got to stop doing that, man. Treat our people better. Treat us better than what you're treating us. If you're gonna represent me well. Or don't represent me. Because you is the main problem in this conjunction here. If you do better, everybody else will do better.
Thank you, sir.
And that's personal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hall, for the comments. In addition, resident want to speak. Hearing none, I close this public hearing, second reading. At this time, City Commissioners, we have had the first and second reading of this particular ordinance. There haven't been any recommended changes outside of what the mayor has spoken on. What's your pleasure?
Permission to speak?
Yes.
So the mayor still has his right to speak as a commissioner, just not as a mayor. So he still can voice out what he wants to say. He's just at a different time.
Absolutely.
So he's not gagged.
Not at all.
Okay.
I have a question about it's on starts on page 2 of 8 and carries over to page 3 of 8. Looks like it's paragraph 2. Am I reading this correctly when it says, I guess I'm asking, is this the commission? It says members of the city commission shall direct all comments and questions on the subject matter being discussed to the mayor or presiding officer and shall not engage in cross conversation with other members of the public or direct questions to any members of the city commission or to the public. How does that?
Where's that at?
Yeah, how does that change? One of the things that I thought that we were trying to get rid of was when somebody comes up here and asks us a question, we'd like to be able to talk to them.
Okay, so this language is helping the mayor keep control of the meeting. So when people get up at the podium, they're supposed to ask the questions to the mayor. And then the mayor will ask the city commissioner to respond or city staff members to respond if appropriate. That's the way this is supposed to go. It doesn't prevent people from asking questions, and it does not prevent in any way from commissioners answering those questions.
Okay. Okay. So according to this, no matter what, we can say or do whatever, and what if the mayor doesn't ask? Does anybody, want to say anything or?
Then, as in any decision by the mayor that relates to commanding the meeting, members of the commission can override that decision by making a motion and a vote of 3 members.
Okay.
But also on that note, even tonight, it don't stop the commission from answering the question if they choose to. It just has to be, just as Mr. Brandenburg stated, for order in your chamber, you would address them, they would address the mayor. Then the mayor said, Commissioner vote like tonight. And you guys did not, he addressed you to answer the question, and you wouldn't answer the question. So that's the same scenario right there. It just said it has to be directed to him, and then if a question for, a Okay, would you like to address that, Mr. Commissioner Gonzalez, that he would say yes or he would say no?
I agree
It's
with
just
Commissioner
order.
Merbrand's
It's just order.
comment.
Yeah, it's exactly what you just said.
Yep.
I have one question, or actually two, on the special meeting, if that can be a little more clarity and a little more in that so we can have a better understanding of special meetings. I really
What page is that, sir?
That's page 4, page 4. Special meeting really should be called when there's not enough time to take action on something that's really critically important to this commission to pass. I know there has been some concern because of these recent special call meetings. And also, we need to have language where, in most cases, if it's feasible, to have the meeting in such a time where the public can at least be present. Not all special call meetings are going to be able to do that, but the vast majority should be able to fit into that situation where you're not calling a meeting at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or so when you know the majority of our residents are working. There may be pressing time where you may need an early meeting because you may have to have something done, say, before the close of business day. Understandable, but outside of that, the impression is these special meetings are being called to really circumvent the public from having real input. So that's just a concern. It can be changed, or at least looked at later if possible, that could make that a little better. And the last, and I can't even remember the last thought, but I had two on there, but I'll just move on from that. The special meeting, I think, just need to give us a little more guidance on that we just don't all of a sudden call a meeting when it can be delayed to your regular scheduled meeting. That's how I see special call meeting. It's something that needs to be taken care of, but it can't be at the next meeting because it's really the time frame in there prohibit us from making action.
Mayor, I think that a lot of the points you made are correct, and I think the commissions should discuss that at length, perhaps at a future meeting. And if you decide that you want to put more restrictions on that, I can take a look at the charter and your ordinances and give you an appropriate ordinance to do that.
In the last comment, it did come back to me, the time of meeting. I know in the previous ordinance we had 9, and I know the majority of the commission don't feel comfortable with that, but it should be some consideration of a time period, even if it's 11 o'clock, 2 hours above the 9 o'clock. You don't want to get into a situation where we're being seen as a commission that having meeting 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, trying to get through issues. What happened in the budget, the question, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. You need to get your question out, and they need to be answered as best that they can. But these previous meetings, the reason why we're not going as long, we're going long tonight, but they haven't been really asking questions like they used to ask. When that started coming back up, which is nothing wrong with, again, have some consideration for time and saying, you know, if it's 11 o'clock, you know, out of respect for staff, out of respect for the public, maybe our meeting should end at 11. I know Belgrade went through that cycle. We started before this ordinance having long, drawn-out meetings, and it's just not good for anybody, I don't feel. So at some point, let's see how this works, and maybe look at least a reasonable time that you want to consider adjourning the meeting and taking it up, whatever you don't complete at the following meeting. That's my comment.
My only comment is that the reason why we go late is because we have 100 citizen comments that it's the same thing, like over and over and over. It's always the same, it's always bashing the commissioners, and it's always the same thing. If we cut some of that stuff and ask the right questions, if you really care about this city, you would understand that, yes, there has been changes. Yes, there have been people that we have gotten rid of, but we've done that for reasons. For reasons. It hasn't been for nothing. If you have an attorney that you do not trust, because I myself did not trust her to ask her any legal questions because she never gave me the right answer, or she wouldn't call me back. She stood here and said, she called all the commissioners and they all said, you're doing a good job. I never got a call from that lady. She pulled the thing when we were trying to get rid of her, pulled the statement that I had 2 lawsuits pending and all this stuff. Listen, one of the lawsuits was from 2018, which Mr. Brandenburg was the one that started. He left, she took over, and the last one was, I was claiming my attorney fees, which the case that I won, the judge suggested that I should, try to go after my fees, because it was the second time that they have done this to me. I don't gain anything from being up here. I don't. I'm not after the title. I'm after money. I'm not after anything. I'm doing this because I want this city to grow, to prosper, to do right, and I'm tired from the 80s to see the people coming here and steal, and in other words, like I've always used, to rape this city. You know why? Because the same people that sat up here for years and years and years, and they allowed this to happen. It's our responsibility to stop people from coming here, whether it's the city manager, whether it's the finance director, whether our commissioners, to come up here and make the wrong decisions and allow people to come into the city and get grants and get money and get jobs and leave and not do it. Why? Because a couple of people benefit, some of the which come up here and they make this, they're the ones that are making all this thing around the city. Some of those people, you've lived here all your life. You know who they are, and you know why they're trying to disrupt us from cleaning this up. We want to clean the corruption. We want to put new people in there, people that we could trust, people that want the best for this city. But the majority of this community that took their time to go to the polls and vote, that's what they wanted, because that's what I said, and that's what Commissioner Gonzalez said. We campaigned together. We campaigned together because we wanted to clean the corruption. And the people that we got rid of is the people that wanted to get rid of. So the people that come here, the people that make all this, find out why. Find out why. If the history is here, you know how they're all intertwined? Why? But you know what? I'm not here for black, white, or Hispanic. I'm here for right or wrong. Right or wrong. And I'm going to keep fighting it. I don't care what they come up here and say. I don't care what they say in Facebook. As long as my heart is good with that God up there, okay? I'm not a preacher. I don't claim God. I don't pray, and go out and proclaim all this, but it's in my heart. God doesn't look at the outer. God looks at the heart. He could see it. He could see it. And mine is very, very, very aligned with his. That's more what I could say for the people that come here and the people that sit and the lead in the community and the lead in the churches. That's more than what I could say.
Commissioner Perez, I want to just say this quick statement. Part of the problem, and the city attorney correctly addressed it, we don't have the responsibility or the obligation to interfere in the day-to-day operation. Even we identify staff that we feel should be fired, we can't go to the city manager and pressure him I'm just saying.
I went to the community when I was voting. That was my platform.
I understand in your platform, but outside of your platform, as you got elected.
I've never gone to the city manager and requested anything.
Okay, all right, okay.
That's right, because you know what? Because we exposed them.
Okay.
We exposed them.
Let's move on so we can, it's approaching 11.
We're still on that thing about the meeting, that time of the meeting? Are we still on that?
No, we're done.
No,
We done voted, we're getting ready to vote on this ordinance. Did we get a second and a motion to?
No.
I entertain a motion if that's the desire of the commission to move forward with this ordinance.
I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we adopt ordinance number 2021-05.
I second it.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez to move forward with the adoption of ordinance 2021-05, second reading. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin?
No.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
No. Motion passed by a majority, 3 to 2 vote. Now we'll move to proclamation. We have one proclamation for Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. We'll have our city attorney at least read that into the order.
Yes, sir. This is a proclamation, expression of sympathy for Bishop and Bud Mickens Jr. Whereas the residents of Pahokee with heavy hearts are still very proud to recognize the life and valuable contribution of Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. was born on November 21st, 1947 in Pahokee, Florida, to Bud Mickens Sr. father and Mozetta Mickens mother. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. graduated from East Lake High School, Hawk, with his high school diploma. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. earned a BA degree in business administration from Florida Memorial College. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. devoted 25 years of his career as a case manager for the Comprehensive AIDS Program. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. dedicated his life to the Lord in February 1976 with the Pahokee Church of God as deacon and became an ordained administrative bishop in 1993. And whereas Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. will be remembered by his effervescent spirit and commitment to Glades and high regard he earned by all whom he touched. Now therefore be resolved on behalf of the City Commission and the citizens of Pahokee that by virtue of the authority vested in the mayor of Pahokee do hereby extend our sincerest sympathy to the family of Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. Expressions of sympathy, Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. Yes, sir.
And we'll move to accept a motion and a second, at least to ratify the resolution for the Bishop Bud Mickens.
Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry. I make a motion that we accept the proclamation for Bishop Bud Mickens Jr.
I second it.
Been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the acceptance of the proclamation for Bishop Bud Mickens Jr. Call for questions.
I just want to say, send my deepest sympathies, my deepest condolences to the Mickens families. I didn't know this was my friend Craig Mickens' father. So thank you for doing this.
And I would like to also thank the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. They provided the transportation, the security leading up to the cemetery all the way to the county line as far as they could go, and we appreciate that. Bishop Micken was a regular fixture in our city community. He actually came here about a month ago. He did the invocation, the National Prayer Day. He was there. Numerous of events that we have had, he was there. And even the last week prior to him going into the hospital, we had a conversation about this city and the direction it was going and how it was doing. So even though he was sick, he was still having a lot of concern about the city as a whole.
Thank you.
No additional questions. Call for a vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Okay. The next is a proclamation. Sorry, I'm losing it. Lakeside Medical Center, Birthing Center.
Yes, sir. Mayor, this is a proclamation, Lakeside Medical Center Birthing Center. Whereas Lakeside Medical Center, a 70-bed acute care safety net hospital that is owned and operated by the Healthcare District of Palm Beach County, served over 23,000 patients in 2020 and is one of the few rural teaching hospitals in Florida, graduating its 8th class of family medicine residents in 2021. And whereas the physicians, nurses, and staff at Lakeside Medical Center are committed to delivering high-quality acute care through evidence-based medicine in a caring, safe, and technologically advanced setting. And whereas in 2021, the Birthing Center at Lakeside Medical Center carried on its 60th tradition of delivering generations of healthy babies for residents of the Glades communities and providing new mothers with high-quality, compassionate care through labor and delivery. And whereas through the hospital's partnership with OB/GYN specialists of the Palm Beaches, board-certified obstetricians and gynecologists, as well as anesthesiologists, provide care 24 hours a day throughout the year, as do certified nursing assistants and registered nurses with over 20 years of experience who are certified in labor, delivery, and newborn care. And whereas to accommodate a family-oriented birthing experience, the Birthing Center at Lakeside Medical Center offers 7 large private postpartum suites and 5 large private labor suites that are adjacent to the hospital's award-winning surgical unit in the event a cesarean section is needed. And whereas in-house board-certified pediatricians are also available round the clock to attend to every newborn's need, answer parents' questions, and ensure a newborn is ready for discharge, and a certified lactation specialist is on staff to guide new mothers and their babies with breastfeeding. And whereas following the baby's birth, a new mom and her partner are treated to a fine dining experience to celebrate the special delivery, and members of the community invited to schedule a tour of the Birthing Center at Lakeside Medical Center or ask questions by calling their number during business hours. And whereas in 2020, Lakeside Medical Center received national gold level recognition from the Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses for ensuring patient and staff safety in the operating room. And in 2018, Lakeside Medical Center was named an A-rated top hospital in the nation for patient safety as recognized by Leapfrog's Hospital Safety Guide, and was honored by Florida Blue as a 2018 Blue Distinction Center for Maternity Care. And whereas the C.L. Brumback Primary Care Clinics are conveniently co-located at Lakeside Medical Center to serve as a medical home for newborns and their families. And now therefore be resolved on behalf of the City Commission and the citizens of Pahokee that by virtue of the authority vested in the Mayor of Pahokee, do hereby recognize that Lakeside Medical Center's birthing center delivers. Done this 15th day of September 2021.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commission, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the proclamation for Lakeside Medical Center's birthing center.
Second it.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor Bolden and proper second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of the proclamation for Lakeside Medical.
Second.
He kind of said it first. I heard both of them though, but he didn't. Yeah. Call for question. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin.
Yes.
Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. I must be getting jet lagged that I'm losing my agenda. Said red off. No. Stand. I got it.
I'd like to congratulate the staff at the birthing center. I work there and I know most of them, and they really, really know their job, and I really enjoyed working there, and I know that they work very hard, so I'd like to congratulate them, because most of them have been there for over 20 years.
This next item, I failed to really kind of keep an eye on this. I apologize for the time too. The health insurance presentation, they've been waiting so patiently. I do sincerely apologize. I definitely would have moved this up if I'd have realized that. Interim city manager, could you introduce our next presenters and our guests?
Yes, again, I'd like to thank your patience. I know it's as important to you as it is to us to supply our employees with good health insurance. You can come up with a PowerPoint. I will say this comes with a recommendation to stay with Florida Blue. And the second page, it's 16-253, 16-252, and 14-256. They're very similar to the coverage they have now. It is a significant increase, but because of the activity of our employees, the usage of it, and our small group, this is hard to avoid, and I'm comfortable that we've exhausted all tries in getting something better. Now, we can get something cheaper if you look on the other page, but I don't believe it's right for our employees. I hate to give them a raise up front and take it from behind. We do have a reasonable increase in revenue because of the millage rate you just approved, and this will take the majority of it. I also recommend that we pay 50% of the HMO Humana coverage that we currently have. I believe this will encourage our employees to participate in our health care moving forward, and that's one thing I want to work hard on over the next year to get more participation, not just so we can have healthy employees, but maybe we can get a better cost, better price next time. So that's my motivation.
Those who don't participate, they get to buy, but they still required to have health insurance, so they're still seeing a doctor. There's a saving to the city when you have an employee that elect to participate in that buy. It costs another $1,000 versus whatever the overall health insurance is for the employee. So it's a catch-22 to me. It's good that you want to increase that. If they didn't have insurance, it would be a bigger difference, but they normally have to show proof that they have insurance.
Correct.
Only if they get in the payment.
again, too, and they're gonna be able to see the same doctors too, which is a plus, so allow you to make your presentation at this time.
Sure. All right, thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Cliff Gehring of the Gehring Group. I'm very happy to be here in front of you all today, the commission. With me is Sam Ricchini. He's also been here. She's the benefits analyst for your group who worked very hard on the benefits evaluation. We also have a couple who aren't here tonight. Wanted to recognize them. Mark Rodriguez, your benefits consultant, worked hard with the carriers. And also Taylor Shea Mesham. She's the account manager, and what she does, the Gehring Group specializes in employee benefits, public sector employee benefits and risk management. Taylor's worked with several of the employees when they have elevated claim issues on a HIPAA compliant basis. Sometimes going through the maze of insurance, if you don't do it all the time, can be just that, a maze, or like a science project sometimes when you get claims and bills, and we like to take those, decipher them, and help the employees make sure they're not paying a penny more than they have to when they're encountering, when they're utilizing the plan. So I wanted to recognize them. Taylor Shea, on a side note, she was born and raised just right down the road, a neighboring city of South Bay. So this is one of her favorite accounts that she has. So, but it was, I will say, it was a tough year. As City Manager Thompson mentioned, in terms of the benefits. I know last year there was a decrease in cost in the medical. I know over the years there haven't been large increases. This year, Florida Blue, which was mentioned earlier, that's the brand name of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida. They came in with the 23%, so we immediately shopped it out, which is what we specialize into the market. And as was mentioned, there was a couple of options they proposed that could save you some money, but they would, in some instances, double the deductible. Other quality carriers were interested in your business as well, which is a positive thing, especially when you're in the west part of Palm Beach County. It's spread out. There's not as much competition, not as many hospitals, not as many physicians. But Humana did provide a quote. They were at about 22, not even 1% separate from Florida Blue, and they wanted to just about double your out-of-pocket maximum, which is the cap that employees have. So they had something catastrophic, would pay double out of their pocket before the plan would kick in at 100%. United Healthcare and NHP also quoted a little more competitive price-wise at about 12%, but they nearly doubled your deductible and pretty much doubled your out-of-pocket maximum to go with them. So if you were going to consider the other carriers, you might as well just stay with Florida Blue with some of their alternate options. The Florida Blue does have the largest number of insured members in the state, and I know there has been some satisfaction over the years with employees with Florida Blue. And so, but there's some other carriers out there. We go to all of them, as many as we can that are viable. Cigna doesn't quote on the small group market. It only has a couple of plans, nothing that can match up for you. And then AvMed as well doesn't have the network out here that would adequately support you. And there's even a couple of trusts that we talk to that we deal with as well. So, but in the end of the day, it's a matter of if you want to reduce the benefits on the employees. It is a high quality plan that they're on now. It's mostly co-pays, $20 office visit co-pays, $45 for specialists. There's co-pays per day for hospitalization, when in most plans it goes towards a high deductible. And so again, it's one of the largest networks around, and a pretty quality program. In terms of the dental, the ancillary was much more attractive, how the ancillary carriers came out. Your ancillary coverages, your group dental, group vision, and group basic life and AD&D insurance coverage is with Humana, a national carrier, very reputable carrier. You have two plans, the DHMO, which was mentioned, that came in negotiated out to a 0%, so there's no increase in cost on that plan. Less than 1% increase in the PPO, no increase on the vision plan, and the life insurance came in at 16% Unlike the medical and small group where we can't negotiate, on large group we can. Small group, the rate is the rate is the rate. On the ancillary, we can. We were able to negotiate Humana down to a 4%, which comes out with your size group and the current enrollment about $73 for the year. So it's much better news, at least on the ancillary side, than it was on the medical side. And, you know, again, wanted to commend the team for the work that they did on it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, City Manager, what would be your recommendation if I actually go with this plan, right?
Yes, sir. Recommendation to stay with the similar plan we have for the city to cover 50% of the current HMO dental and to stay with the current vision.
I entertain a motion to that effect if it's the desire of the City Commission.
Make a motion that we retain Garing Group for the city of Pahokee employee benefit package.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Boslin and properly second by Commissioner Perez that we retain our current insurance carrier for the upcoming year. Call for questions.
I have a couple. You said for us to pick up 50% of the deduct, I'm sorry.
The coverage for the HMO dental, we currently cover 0 on dental and vision.
Okay. So if we don't cover any now, and we're gonna cover 50%, do we have an idea of what that would cost us?
Potentially, if it could cover the whole 30 employees. So you have to look at it that it possibly could be, you know, we threw around 100% or 50% and with the other additional increases, and we're just starting to try to increase the benefit. I thought 50% was more equitable for the employee and the city to start out there, but we do have a dollar amount where it possibly could be. It's $2,100 if it was 100%, so half of that times 30 is the worst case scenario or the best case scenario, how you look at it.
So about $1,000 times 30.
Yes, ma'am, that's the worst case scenario.
Okay.
Best case for the employee.
Okay, and what do other cities do this size? Do they cover 50% or do they cover a different percentage, or do we know?
Many cover 100% for the employee.
100%. Wow.
And I want to work towards that goal.
It's very common to see that. Okay. And dental is very important with oral health, as you know, that if you have strong oral health, it helps you in all areas. If your oral health isn't as strong, it can lead to problems in other areas medically. So it's great to try to encourage utilization, get people to participate in the plan.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
Thank you. Hearing no additional questions, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Mervin.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you. Motion passed by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
It was
for
good to see
waiting.
everyone.
Thank you.
And
Sorry we've been so long.
thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry for the long wait.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking care of our employees.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the mayor report. I really wanted to eliminate this one, but I'm gonna just say a few words anyway. I don't want to prolong this too much. Right, I mentioned some of this before. I know that the city attorney, we kind of go at it a little here and there, but we're still good friends. You say that I haven't did much in a few years, but I just want to mention the things that some of the accomplishment that we have done over the last 6 years, and I just challenge us as a group to duplicate it, to come close to it or exceed it, because that's what the public is looking for. Progress, and continued progress. And I'm gonna start with the demolitions. Old City Hall was torn down. I know that city attorney had offered to try to rehab that building, but we eventually tore it down, and it's now, we got an award of $365,000. It's now the site, or will be the site of a housing development. I hope this commission continues to support that endeavor. We're talking about 61 or 65 townhouse units there, new housing. I know some is concerned about we don't need housing, but we really do. And we really do need all type of housing.
What location is that?
That was the old hospital.
Oh, okay.
We also was able to tear down City Hall, received the $365,000 for that. I'm sorry, we got $300,000 for the hospital that demolished, $365,000 for the City Hall, and hopefully at some point there will be a site for a hotel, a brand hotel, and some type of spa. We removed the water plant, we demolished that, and that can be used as a hotel parking garage. I know I mentioned that before. Somebody said he's going to use that valuable land for a park. That was just a suggestion. Because of the water tower there, you have to build around it some kind of way, and you probably can put a good parking garage there, but that's just a example. The gym was closed for 12 years since 2009. We were able to receive $1.9 million from Palm Beach County to renovate it, and now that gym is beautiful and it's there for the public use. Just some examples. Former Senator Joe Negrin came here, and he was the Senate President of Florida. We had one of the largest meetings in the Glades, probably in the Paris. We get criticized for not having proper roads, but I want you to be aware that 60% of our roads in the last 6 years have been repaved. From Bacon Point Road to East Main Street to numerous of roads. We still got a ways to go, but there's only 40% more that need to be done within a short period of time to at least match the 60% that was done. The reconstruction of Barfield Highway, $4.3 million project. A $900,000 project would be next after that, which would be McClure Road reconstruction. $750,000 to repair Glade Citizen Villa roads. All the roads in that community have been repaved. $1.2 million on the marina, although some question the amount that was spent there, but at least the latest was $1.2 million in addition to $900,000 being spent there. $550,000 for Commissioner Park, new playground equipment, new basketball court, new tennis court. $750,000 for East Lake Villa stormwater treatment and canal clean out. $1.3 million for East Main Street reconstruction. That's the street right in front of the old, not the old, but the elementary school. Totally reconstructed that street. $800,000 for the football field, brand new stadium that our youth can enjoy and participate in. Beautiful interest sign. Real beautiful. We haven't had an interest sign like that in 40 years that I'm aware of. Again, I mentioned both Bacon Point Road and East Main Street was repaved. The IT here for transparency, he's been doing a great job, but this started about 5 years ago. Never had it in the city of Pahokee, but now our residents can view all of our city commission meetings when they when we have them. The NFL players, as I mentioned earlier, is looking at building single-family homes here. in the city of Pahokee. There's another home development, and hopefully that won't fall through the old East Lake school area. So we're looking at over 200 and some new units that will be coming in very soon. So I just wanted to quickly mention that. And I failed to mention the fact that I, as mayor, personally thank our past attorney, previous attorney, Bernadette Norris-Week. I know she was terminated by the majority of this commission, but I personally think that she did a great job during the time that she was acting as a city attorney for us. I also want to thank our former interim city manager, Rodney Lucas. Mr. Lucas came here, only been here for 2 months, but it's my opinion that whoever fills his shoes, it will probably take maybe 2 to 3 years to get the information and wealth of knowledge that he received in just 2 months. When I say that, I'm talking about the city of Pahokee, about its residents and the need for this community. I just think he did a great job doing that particular time. And also I would like to thank again, this is another person who was terminated. We had 3 major staff, 3 major person in our operation terminated, and the last one was our community Director of Community Development, Jocelyn Adam. She filled in as the interim city manager, did a great job, at 30% of the city manager's salary, and we went in a different direction, and that's again is a decision of the majority. But you know, I just want to thank those individuals for their work in assisting and helping move this city forward. And because my name was mentioned, I just have to mention this just real quickly. The city attorney say that mayor incorrectly reported the history of the case, and I'm referring to the Sarah Perez versus the city of Pahokee. He say that former attorney Weeks initiated a lawsuit. Commissioner Perez initiated the lawsuit, the previous lawsuit we was in, to recoup her attorney fee. She was removed because the city, after investigating, felt that they had enough evidence to show that she didn't actually live in Pahokee. That's how that suit came about. That's what I presented whenever I did that town hall meeting or whatever report I did that the city attorney is referring to. But it wasn't us who made the claim on that. And if you look at a case court, it'll say Sarah Perez, plaintiff, city of Pahokee, defendant. That means someone sued the city. The last one is the Okeechobee Land Company versus the city of Pahokee. Again, he say the mayor and Ms. Weeks misrepresented this case, and he resolved it or solved it. So, you know, I give him due respect because he received the credit for that. But I think Ms. Weeks actually won both of those cases. And I will say, and I apologize for this, but I have to say it on record, both Gonzalez and Commissioner Vice Mayor Bolden was in favor of selling the Perez case out of court, paying her the $12,000 or whatever settlement they can get because of the fear of we could lose it and pay some additional money. That's public records now. That meeting was held in a client attorney session, but the minutes of that meeting is public now, and you can request that. But if we would have sold it, it would have been out of the $12,000. And again, we won. In fairness, both of the cases.
Bernadette Weeks did tell us that the judge ruled that she was entitled to her money. Don't forget that part.
That's right.
Don't forget that part.
Yeah, right. I'm not forgetting any part, but I expressed that we need to fight this case, and I'm just being honest.
Don't make it seem like we're just agreeing. We went, like I told Bernadette, asked Bernadette Weeks, I said, I'll rule what the judge says. She said the judge favors for her to get her fees. All of us were there now.
I don't remember that, but, okay. Again, the Wallace, Cowan, Crawford, again, the city attorney would talk about that. It's still on an ongoing basis in discovery. And lastly, Mark Miller case is being handled by the insurance company, which I personally believe the Wallace case should have been handled by the insurance company, because if we lose that case, we could end up paying out money that the insurance company would have covered. Now, there's a possibility they may cover it anyway, but I doubt it, because we asked to take over that particular case. We stepped in when the insurance company was already handling it. That's the end of my mayor report, and I'll move now to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of want to give a short summary of the state of the city. I think it's important we know where we're at so we know the direction we need to go. These numbers are estimates because the work hasn't been done. But just give an update. I was really surprised when I spoke last time about the CARES Act, how the city was had no knowledge that they failed to reach out and request those funds. CARES Act, the city failed to request the funds from the county as required. Hundreds of thousands of dollars the citizens lost. American Recovery Act, until tonight, the city has failed to signing a $3 million agreement. FDOT Barfield Highway Project grant was behind. I've taken over the role in submitting all the invoices to FDOT to get reimbursements to our contractors. Phase 4 of the road servicing project, FDOT grant, I've assumed that role. I'm not very hopeful that we'll be able to fulfill that Phase 4. We have to advertise, award, and finish the job before December 31st. If we do not, we lose $210,000 on that grant. Brownsfield project, the EPA grant, behind on closing out. I've also taken over that role, working with Mr. Charles Ray and the EPA to close that out and make sure we are in compliance with that grant. If not, it can hurt the city in moving forward and getting further money. FDOT grant monitoring and review of one of our buses is running behind. The McClure Road project, running behind. I've also taken on the lead of this project. Next will be financial capital needs and improvement. Cafeteria roof, $20,000 to $25,000. Administration building at Parks and Rec, $10,000. The gym AC needs replaced or fixed. Fix it, it's $20,000. Replace it, $50,000. Computer lab, 5-ton AC unit, $5,000. Cafeteria AC unit, 10-ton, $15,000. Splash pad, $9,000. Mr. Ricky Jackson was gracious enough to donate $5,000 to the city for an electronic school board. It still sits in an account because the city has not installed it yet. That's an additional $5,000. We'll need to fulfill that. Water line issue at MLK Park, $4,000. Those total to be around $130,000 that we need now. And a lot of that is due to low maintenance or no maintenance. Public Works, we've had several pieces of equipment in the shop for many, many months. The city has not paid their bills. Public Works in need of equipment and repairs. POs issued but not approved for months. We've remedied that issue. Previous city manager sold off a large portion of our equipment at a reportedly extremely underrated amounts with the pretense to use those funds to buy equipment, but never have. So we're short on equipment, extremely short. City is in need of roughly $200,000 in equipment and approximately $130,000 in building repairs, not to mention our enterprise departments, the marina and the cemetery, that has some extreme hurdles to overcome. We're currently staffed at 30, 35 counting the commission. So I've heard comments about what a great job some people have done. I'm not here to point any fingers, but the proof is in the pudding. Somebody hasn't been doing their job, or somebody's plural hasn't been doing their job. We're going to change that. It's a new day. We're going to work on these one at a time. It's going to be a struggle, but collectively, I hope we can get there. Like I said, staff has been doing dual roles, all the staff. We're hoping to hire a financial director, grant writer, and fill these very important positions in the city. We're going to lose out on a lot of money if we can't hire. And I must say, I said again, when people want to come here to work and they watch these meetings, it's very discouraging to anybody who wants to work for the city because they don't see any longevity here, any job security. So I hope in the future we can work together for the betterment of the city and work on these issues one at a time. I would like to recognize Mr. Johnson. Today is his birthday, and he has literally spent the whole day with us.
Happy birthday.
And anniversary.
29 again.
3 years.
Huh?
And anniversary.
He told me he's 35 today.
You complete?
35 years in the city.
33 years with the city today.
Quick question. Have you assessed the old chamber building? The city attorney recommended tearing it down. I don't think any structural engineer would consider that building in need of tearing down. They need to fix the roof. That's need to be assessed. And the second half of that question is, why was the commission office locked and the mayor not given a key? That's where I do my meetings. That's where I meet the public when I have meetings. I asked the city clerk. She said she didn't know where the key or why the locks were changed. We all use that office. At least I use it primarily a lot.
As requested, I have somebody coming to inspect it.
Okay, but that's the chamber side of the building. Why is the city commission office locked when the mayor doesn't have access to it now? What was the reason for that? Yes, I asked Mr. Brandenburg. I'll let you give it.
That was before me. I didn't request that, but he did change the locks. He changed the locks on every lock in the city.
But Mr. Brandenburg, you know that's a commission office. Why was I at least given
We
a key?
changed the locks on all the locks in the city, as you know, because the former city manager didn't give us the keys, including that one. So, Mayor, you can conduct your business at any time in the city hall, here in chambers, just like everybody else does.
I'm talking about the commission office. You know, I got 50% of the furniture and everything in there belongs to me. That's where I work out of. When I met with the sheriff, that's where I met. That's where I meet.
Mayor, you can obtain that furniture anytime you want, and there's nothing in the city anywhere that requires the city to provide the mayor a separate office.
No, it's not the mayor, it's the city commission.
In the previous past, the mayor had an office at City Hall prior to that.
Wow.
Okay,
And
so
been there-
you can have an office at City Hall now.
Okay, but you're not answering the question. Why was that locked and I not have access to it now?
I just told you why. And if you want a key to it and the city manager approves your access and use
So
of it,
you're saying the
it's
building
fine
is
with me.
dangerous on that side that I can't go in it?
The mayor, the whole roof caved in on the other side of that building.
It's a hole that big in there, that big, where maybe some water leaked and the tile that fell.
Mayor, if you want to go in that building and sit around and do whatever you do in that building, it's fine with me. Just pick up the key from the city manager.
I'd like to have the key. I'll pick it up.
Previously, all of us had a key for that. That's our commission office where we go and meet. We should have to come to the city manager to get a key to go into the city chamber office. So we all had a key. So if we wanted to meet a constituent, we can go in there. I don't need Mr. Thompson approval to go meet anybody in the city commission office. That's absurd. All of us right here should be given a key. All of us has used that chamber to meet people. So And if
that facility is vandalized, then you're all going to be looked
How is
at.
it vandalized when we had a key and it stayed locked? It hasn't been vandalized
If
yet.
you have a key to that facility and it's vandalized, each of you will be looked at as possibly allowing someone to come in to vandalize it or doing it yourself.
It hasn't been done yet.
Do you want that
Yes, I would like to have a
responsibility?
key. Why, we had a key previously, Mr. Brandenburg.
Everybody don't have to choose.
Everyone here had a key.
I prefer.
So I don't know what's the
That-
difference.
that's what I'm
Everyone,
looking at.
one, did you have a key previously?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bowling, did you have a key? For Ms. Perez, did you have a key? We all had a key to that office.
So get some more keys. I'm fine.
Okay,
with that.
well,
don't
I,
care.
with Mr. Thomas, that all of us get keys to the Commissioner Chambers' office.
So I mean, my concern is that a liability since it's the same.
No, it's
building?
not a liability. That is totally, that room is totally separate from the other.
But I mean, it's the same building. though.
It was a totally separate.
If you have an option, if you think it's a
If you don't want one, you don't get
you
one.
have to
That's
get it.
fine.
I prefer one. That's why I work.
You don't have to have one. It's okay.
I care.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question on some of the stuff Mr. Thompson was saying, to make some clarity. Because he likes, like if nothing has happened. Go back to the Barfield project. You can remember from April, the city was in a disarray from April. That Barfield project did not start until, I think, April, May, or June, what are we in September? Probably about a month or so ago. You have to remember, we had an economic development filling in for interim. For a while, you had no one in that department. You saying you take it on that role, you have to take on that role because there's no one in that department. So the funding for the city is in jeopardy of being taken away because they've gotten rid of everybody in City Hall. That department, economic development department, was ran where projects have gotten done, funds came into the city. All of a sudden now, since there's no one there to do contracts, to when the contractor submits a contract, there's no one there to do the process. So you will have to run that department. So by contractors not getting paid, there's a whole lot of them that I hear is not getting paid. Because they have no, who's doing that? You had Jocelyn, who was in that department at one point, doing that job, processing payments. Then your finance department, they left. So it's a big hole in City Hall. So yeah, you do have to do a whole lot in that department.
There's some deficiencies, but who did the city run off?
What do you mean who do run?
You said
Ask these here.
You said they
You
run
got
them
your
all
3
off.
commissioners, right? Ask them.
They run them all off.
You just heard one tonight said they fired all of them because they couldn't trust any of them.
Who?
You didn't hear that tonight?
Who did they fire?
Ask in City Hall. You know who was in City Hall, Mr. Thompson. Don't play. You got your economic development has gone. You got your finance have gone. You have who else is going in there?
Did they get fired?
They left. If you ask these what happened, Mr. Thompson, you might have not know the history, but the harassment that was given by these commissioners is why they left. Because before you came, the word on the street was they getting rid of everybody in the director's position. That's whether it was truth or not was said. Whether it was truth or not was said. So the stuff that you're trying to say, that wasn't done, it's not that you think of that. Those reports, how come they would never come out to now that they're late?
Ma'am, a cafeteria roof that's been leaking.
Cafeteria
for
roof.
years.
Now go to your contract on cafeteria roof. That's Everglades Holding. If you read your contract, that's a maintenance of Everglades Holding.
Everglades Preparatory.
Everglades Prep. I'm sorry, Prep. That's that of the roof. If it's in, you got a guy right here that wrote the contract on that. He probably can answer that. That repairs is for Everglades Prep.
It needs replaced.
It does need replaced, so you need to talk with Everglades Prep.
A 10-ton air conditioner.
Mr. You going? Them things might have gone out. We've been in the job. But all I'm trying to say, Mr. Thompson.
My job is to let you know what the state of the city is.
And you're fine. And also, I got a report with your state of the city is when the finance person gave a report, the state of the city financial was in the increase. I'm not saying you're not gonna have repairs. You will have repairs. But when you come saying that the Barfield Highway project is not getting paid, why is it not getting paid? Because their invoices that goes to the city is being null and void at one point. There's nobody there. So no, if nobody there doing it, it's gonna sit there.
This isn't from the last 2 weeks.
Barford Highway project just started.
Okay.
So to sit there, Mr. Thompson, honestly, what you said is very incorrect.
If you say so.
But they not even working on the road no more.
Commissioner Murphy,
I
the city just received a bill.
Mayor Babin, I have to go to work.
The city just received a bill for $400,000 from your engineer from
And a lot of it's Barfield Highway.
2017. It
A lot of-
hasn't been paid for
Okay, so I tell you what.
2017.
I tell you what, Mr. Thompson, Mayor Babin, I would like to make a motion that we can get all of AE engineer payouts so we can see what's going on with that project. We would like all the payouts of AE engineer that was paid on every project that they did. That's a motion that I would like, if not a motion, that Mr. Thompson can provide that.
That's a great idea.
That's
because-
a great idea.
Because they're going to be audited,
They
every
should-
single
that's a
payment
great
to them.
idea. That's a
Yes,
great
correct.
idea.
Let's move right into your report, City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Litigation.
Wait, because I have something to say as far as firing and harassing. If by calling them and asking them questions, they came here and we asked questions that we wanted to know the answers and it offended them, okay? If you have nothing, if you're an employee and you called, you know, in front of the board or whatever to answer questions and you get offended, that's not, I did not offend anybody. And when they came here, I said, if you got that idea, I apologize. Simply what I'm saying, I want the answers to the questions that I have, and they couldn't answer them. And then they quit after that. Why did you quit?
That's not true.
I mean, she's sitting up
That's
there,
not true.
sitting back there and got offended. I said, Sandy. Sandy who? She didn't know Sandy's last name. She didn't know any information about Sandy, what Sandy did, and after that she quit. That's not my fault.
That's not why she
Okay,
quit.
Why did you quit?
Let's try to wrap it up, y'all. We need to get out of here at least by 12.
Mr.
City
Mayor,
Attorney.
my report is very brief. As you all know, Sarah Perez did sue the city because the city tried to kick her off the ballot improperly. Your former attorney defended that action on behalf of the city, lost it egregiously. The judge said the action by the city was so egregious that the judge would consider imposing attorney fees against the city. That went for hearing. That went for.
You heard her say it. You heard Brian.
That went for hearing.
I won, yes.
And
Yes.
the judge said.
Yes, I won.
And the
Yes.
judge said that the actions of the city were egregious, and if the city ever tries to do something like that again, they're going to have to pay attorney fees. And because the city is a poor city, declined this time to award attorney fees against the city.
Attorney Brandenburg, there's no way that judge would have denied her attorney fee if she had won that particular case. It wasn't because the city is poor.
I'm sitting here. I ran. I wasn't disqualified. What are you
But what I'm
talking
saying,
about?
the interpretation, he say that.
It's not interpretation.
She won. She won.
I have the judge's order.
She
It's
didn't
on the
win,
paper.
she didn't
It's
win
on
the
the
attorney
order.
fees. He talking about a
No,
previous.
he's not.
I'm talking about the case.
Pay
The
attention.
city lost the case. Weeks lost the case.
The
Hands
case-
down.
the
The case was lost.
The case to have her put back on the ballot, she won that.
She won, Weeks lost. The city lost.
Yeah, she won that
You
part.
ordered
Yes,
Weeks
she did.
to kick her off the ballot,
No.
and that action was illegal. She was put back on the ballot despite Weeks and the commission and you at that time trawling Weeks to keep her off the ballot. The judge said that was wrong. It was egregious. And if it happens again, the judge is going to slam you big time. That's the bottom line on that case. If you think anything different, you go read the case file. Okay,
Do you
on
know, Mr.
Okeechobee
Brandenburg,
land.
that You did the same. You did the same You did the same thing about 3 years ago with Felicia.
And I
Hill.
won the case.
So, no,
And
you
I
didn't.
won the
no,
case.
you didn't. She was still put back on the ballot. You lost that case.
She was put
What was
back.
the difference? in
She
yours
was put
and-
back
and
on the ballot, and she contested the outcome
You
of
did
the election,
the same thing.
and I
You was
won the
against
case.
same. You was against the same thing of you go say, oh my gosh, Mr. Brindley, you sat here 3 years ago against Commissioner Hill and went for Felicia Hill against Sarah Perez. Am I wrong on that? Sarah Perez, he did not go against you on that case?
Commissioner, let it go in and finish the report.
Commissioners, okay. Okeechobee Land Company versus City of Pahokee, that case is over. And in that case, your former city attorney went in front of the judge after she was fired and presented to the judge the argument I made when I answered the complaint for you in that case. And that argument prevailed, and the judge threw the case out. It's now over. In the Wallace case, this case is total nonsense. Let me tell you why. 3 members of this commission can hire me at any time. 3 members of this commission hired me 3 times in 3 different meetings. And even if the judge said something was wrong with hiring me, the next commission meeting, they can hire me back.
And all the action that was taken could be invalid, though.
It doesn't matter. The commission could hire me back next month.
I understand that.
Okay, so if the actions are invalid, what does that mean? Nothing. I'm still city attorney.
Everything that happened prior to that could be invalid also.
Nothing is going to be invalid, Mayor. And here's the result of that case. The very best scenario on that case is that the lawyers for the plaintiffs are going to be paid a large sum of money. That large sum of money is either going to be paid by the plaintiffs because they got bad advice from members of this community and Weeks to bring this case, or it's going to be paid by the city of Pahokee. In either case, I'm going to be city attorney, and someone is going to pay that guy's attorney fees. It's going to either be the plaintiffs or the city. Take your choice. Okay? And it's not going to be me. It's not even asked to be me. Yeah, the case doesn't even ask me to pay any fees, ma'am. Take a look at it. Okay, that's the bottom line on that case. The Mark Miller versus Pahokee case is being handled by the insurance company. The judge approved the insurance company bowing out of the Wallace case because, first of all, they should have never been brought into that case to begin with. Secondly, the attorneys are so disgusted by the way the city and everybody else is acting, they don't want to represent the city anymore in this case, no matter what.
The reason he bowed out, Brandenburg, was you requested him to bow out. You got to tell the truth.
I did request him to bow out because he shouldn't have been in the case to begin with.
Okay.
Okay? And now, lastly, in that case, I reserved the right that the insurance company would have to pay any damages that they would be on the line for. And the judge respected that and entered that as part of his order.
No, he did. That has to be determined. That would have to be determined. We was on
read the order.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Brandon, how come, well, one question I have.
We need to move.
Okay, got one question about the case. On the Miller case.
I've been in court for 42 years practicing law. How long have you been?
In the Miller case, what's the guy named Mark Miller case? The Mark Miller case.
Yes.
That's going to the insurance company.
Yes.
How come you didn't just take that case, tell them you don't want to
Because it's a slip and fall case where there is possibly liability against the city, which is a clear responsibility of your insurance company.
We got one other item we need to just quickly take care of, the holiday observance schedule. Everybody got a copy of it. The only thing I disagree with, 2 holidays, and the previous city manager had this, which I was against in the beginning. He has 2 discretionary holidays that he can decide which holidays to provide. We're not doing that.
What are you talking about, sir? I don't
holiday schedule.
Okay.
Under the holiday schedule, we got the 14 holiday listed.
You turned him into the Inspector General on that, and they ruled in your favor.
The holiday schedule you were presenting, or the city manager presenting, also
you didn't present a holiday schedule.
Well, the city manager did. One of y'all did. I don't know who doing the agenda. That's why I'm saying one of the 2.
Normally comes from HR every year when we do the budget.
All I'm saying, on that particular holiday schedule, you're asking us to approve, have 2 discretionary days that the city manager can choose. I'm saying that shouldn't be in there. Those discretionary days, the commission, he can recommend, but he is not over choosing those days sold on his own.
So there's a typo in this because it says December 24th and 27th, when it should say December 24th and 25th.
The 25th falls on the weekend, so it goes to
So you get Monday. Okay, thank you.
Again,
That's why I
maybe
was
we can
asking.
table that to our next meeting and take that on.
She just cleared it up.
What was that?
She said it was over the weekend.
Yeah.
It's over the weekend. That's
I got
why
you.
it falls on
So
the
it falls on a
But
Monday.
I do have a problem with the
Okay.
discretionary
Got it.
days. That
So,
shouldn't
do you want
be
the
there.
wording to change? What are you doing?
That need to be just striking out. I
So
mean, if
That's not part of ordinance or so.
It's in the policy. That's why I'm asking.
That's a policy that
he
they have.
included that in the
have
policy,
last
that
year.
should never, I don't know who give the city manager 2 discretionary days that they can decide on their own.
It wasn't his days. They were floating holidays that we used to bring before the commission and you guys vote on it.
Right.
Now, the wording was changed, but it was brought
You know
before
where
you
the floating
guys.
holiday went to? New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve. Those are considered floating holidays. Those are not
They went
legal
to those
holidays.
days?
Huh?
Those were the 2 days they went. Let me see.
Wasn't Juneteenth one of them?
Yeah, it's in there. I'm just saying the discretionary days shouldn't be there.
How many holidays are you required by law to give a year? Because I'm asking.
You don't have to have no particular one. You can have 10 holidays or 12.
No, like-
This one here has 14 without the discretionary days.
So what do you recommend?
I'm recommending removing that discretionary days from the city manager responsibility.
Okay.
So then there'd be 14?
Yeah, that's
What did we
based
do
on the
last
county
year?
had, 14.
We did 14 last year?
No, I think they gave them, I think they
Last
had.
You want
year
to give the
was-
city manager authority to do 2 discretionary days on his own.
I want to know
I
how
think
many
they should
we
be
had
done, but they
last
should come
year.
to the commission to be approved.
To be voted, because
Be voted on.
I know, like, previously when I was here,
Okay,
they
you're talking
had
about
the
16
staff vote
holidays.
on
Look
it.
at the county
He's saying
schedule
take
in
them off.
most cities.
You're saying delete them, you're basically doing away with them, you're saying.
Give them-
Just stay at 14.
I don't have a problem with that.
I think
Give
that's
them
what
the
they
days.
need.
Yeah, I
Just let them be
agree. I
approved
agree.
through the commission.
Yeah.
So did they have 14 last year?
Last
Or did they have
year,
16?
They had the 16. I think they had the 16.
I'm asking her, honey, please.
I wasn't here
wasn't
last
here.
year, so
Okay.
I'm just going by the previous years when I was here.
Uh-huh.
But last year, I don't know
All
what
I'm
they
saying,
did.
I gotta go to work.
we done
I be
covered
working
all
till
the
12.
major holidays in that 14, including New Year Eve and Christmas Eve. And I don't know what other two holidays is out there that we haven't looked at that we can give them.
I think they had Columbus.
They had
one day
Columbus
took off,
Day,
they was Columbus
right? I
Day.
remember Columbus Day,
I gotta go. I have
and it was
to-
something else. I don't remember.
Okay, can we'll just table that to our next meeting?
You gonna vote the table?
Yeah. We'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting if that's the design.
We
Let's
gotta
wanna keep
vote the
going.
table. Vote the table.
Can we vote to table the holiday?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a consensus vote to table.
Who motion, who second?
All 4 of us.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Tasha?
If she wanna go, let her go. It's late, man. Can we get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Who?
Put the motion.
Okay, you seconded it, Commissioner?
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
All